obviously on the other side of the world. 2 academy graduates opening the bowling for Durham will be Trudy Johnson from the Lumley end.
Johnson in. Bryony Smith on strike, works it into the leg side. Will scamper 3 for 1. Reminiscent of the first day of the season, actually, when you had this pair opening the bowling, and it was just fantastic to see them both on this stage. See Grace Thompson getting the first wicket for Durham in the pro era, and she bowled fantastically in that opening game. All the way back in April. Feels a long, long time ago.
It's all coming to an end.
Johnson in again. It's driven by Monaghan.
Definite autumnal feel, isn't there, the last kind of week?
Yeah, getting off the train today, it was chilly. There was a bit of bite in the air. It was cold. I feel like it turned to the 1st of September, and I just remember that day it poured down with rain and was really cold, and I just thought, okay, got to admit that summer's over.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way.
3 without loss for Surrey. Defensive by Monaghan, but we'll get the single.
Nice swing there from Johnson. Both bowlers looking to attack the stumps early. So you've got umpire Pratt standing from the Lumley end. He's officiating from the bowlers end now. Umpire Simon Widdop is at square leg. Officiating from the Finkel end. And I think, just that bit of in-swing there. They've just decided to reinforce the leg side field a little bit, Durham.
Worked off the hip by Smith. Into the leg side, we'll get 1. It's good to see Trudy Johnson back in the side. Hasn't played for the senior side since June, so a good return for Johnson.
Be big for her. Shows her that the coaches really think a lot of her to put her into this, this big game, quarter final.
Yeah, exactly. There's still so much to play for, so it is a very important game. You can't just kind of mix things around at the end of the season because there's nothing to play for. This one's defended with a straight bat. 5 without loss.
Slip back in place with Monaghan back on strike. I like the leg side feel with that ball just shaping back in.
Monaghan this time driven into the offsides, beats the diving fielder, heading towards the boundary. It will be cut off just about by Grace Thompson.
Important hand there from Katy Levik diving away to her right, but a couple of runs. 7 without loss, after a couple. Jumpers coming on, jumpers going off, caps left, right and centre. There's no rest for the wicket if you're on the bench and got a bib on. It'll soon be running helmets on and off.
I was interested to see who was warming up in shorts and who was going for trousers.
Yeah.
There was definitely a bit of a north-south divide within the team of who was in trousers. He's not used to the weather.
I came in with my rain jacket and everything today. Yeah, there's a few beanies as well, I think, been knocking around this morning. Won't be long before I've got one on my follically challenged head either, I don't think. Be Thompson to continue. Again, attacking the stumps. Bryony Smith, excellent ball striker. Really, really good to watch at the top of the order.
Yeah, powerful batter. And someone who's led the sides in Surrey and South East Stars for a while and has done a very good job. Has some trophies under her belt.
Just taking a hand off the bat there, but this is good from Thompson. It's a nice tidy start from her. Had a nice chat with her before the start of play. Where last week I was calling her a captain's nightmare, and she went, "I heard what you said." And I went, "Do you disagree?" And she went, "Well, no, not really." So it was, she's good value, Grace. Also had a little chat with Holly Armitage's dad, John, who's did 24,000 steps watching Holly bat last week.
Oh, gosh.
A little bit of width, testing the guideline, but it's all good from a Durham perspective. Yeah, I said Danny Hazel should have put a GPS tracker on him.
Yeah.
When Holly starts batting, he is on the move constantly. We'll get some action shots of him later. He's here with his sister and brother-in-law again today. I think I called them grandparents last week, so
Ooh.
I got in trouble for that. Yeah,
Ooh.
well, I didn't get in trouble. I was corrected in a
Yeah.
stern Yorkshire way. Pulled away, and that will be the first boundary of the day. Wasn't that short, but really well picked up by Bryony Smith.
That's what you get from Bryony Smith. She knows how to find the boundary. She's got the power in her, and yeah, will put away anything. 11 without loss.
It was nicely timed, wasn't it? Wasn't trying to overhit that one. That one will be a wide. Umpire Pratt extending his arms.
Yeah, Grace Thompson just looking for a bit of consistency. That's obviously been variable across the season, and that's completely natural when it's your first year of senior cricket, but I'm sure it's something, obviously got a long winter ahead, an area she can focus on.
This one down the leg side. Yeah, I think there's so much more to come from Grace Thompson. She's obviously an exciting talent already, but I think with a good winter with the likes of Nathan Rimington, I mentioned last week that I think she can get a little bit more out of a run-up with her height, and I think she's a really exciting prospect, not just for Durham but for England in the future.
Yeah, I mean, height-wise, you can draw comparisons to someone like Lauren Bell, who's been a huge success story for England and Hampshire.
Nicely bowled and beautifully driven and well fielded. Good cricket. Geoffrey Boycott would have been thrilled with that. good cricket.
Surrey 13 without loss.
That's full again, driven. Katy Levik gets across and does the fielding. So 6 from that over. As Polly mentioned, that's 13 without loss after 3 overs for Surrey. Smith 6, Monaghan on 3.
Yeah, a gentle start from Surrey compared to the way they've previously played. I think Surrey have been playing at Beckenham for most of their games as their home ground, and that is a great place to bat. We've seen a lot of 300 plus scores there, and that's been really beneficial for them. So I think when they go away to teams, it is a little bit more difficult. The boundaries are a bit bigger, so it'll be interesting to see how Surrey fare here in Chester Street.
Yeah, brand new pitch for today's game. Good surface. Surfaces have been really good for batting all year up in Chesley Street. But yeah, like you mentioned, that sometimes with the size of the outfield, you don't get the highest scores. But there have been some big scores here this year, both the men's and the women's games.
Trudy Johnson back from the Lumley end, 5 from her first over. This one will be wide.
Lots of swing there, a little bit late. Dangerous if she can get that under control. Catching mid-wicket now in place for both of the batters.
Monaghan on strike and just defends this back to Johnson. 14 without loss.
Another really exciting local prospect coming through the system, and this is, Surrey have been in that kind of professional in and out since it's happened for women's cricket, but the first taste is for Durham, and the first fruits of that coming through with this opening combination of Johnson and Grace Thompson.
Johnson again worked into the leg side. There'll just be one. Yeah, a pair that were out at the Under-19 World Cup at the start of the year, which it's just been so good to see the Under-19 stuff develop since 2023 when they had that first World Cup. So many players from that gone on to do great things. Davina Perrin, of course, in the 100.
Wow, that semi-final.
Monstrous. It was quite something. Bryony Smith awaiting. Pushes this into the offside. Attempted cut off inside the ring, but it looks like it's heading to the boundary and it will be fought. So another boundary for Bryony Smith. Didn't necessarily find the gap, but just was able to time the ball nicely to beat the fielders.
Yeah, disappointing that from Phoebe Turner. Especially as a bowler, you look around and you're like, oh no, I've conceded a boundary. That should have been maybe one, if not a dot.
Johnson in again. Chopped into the ground. Will go down as a dot ball.
Yeah, I was in Australia actually when that 100 semi-final was going on, and I just flicked it on and I saw, she's got off to a start here, and I was just about to think, I'll turn it off and go to sleep, and she kept going and going. I ended up watching the whole game. Didn't finish till about 3 o'clock in the morning, but it was incredible.
I've never seen anything quite like
No.
it. I was blown away. Bryony Smith awaiting, pushed into the offside, but fielded inside the ring this time. Marlowe.
The Spirit gave it a good crack in return as well, didn't they? Especially after losing, it was Grace Harris, wasn't it, early doors.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, well, that's it, game over. And then they had a real go. It was a great game of cricket to watch.
And of course, Northern Superchargers, captained by Holly Armitage, went on to win the trophy at Lords. Johnson in, and that'll be defended for no run. So wraps up the over 19 without loss. Yeah, also the first women's team in the 100 to be a northern side, so that was nice to see. It's previously been London Spirit, Oval Invincible, Southern Brave, so good to see Superchargers getting the win there.
Yeah, watched a few Superchargers games over the last couple of years. Obviously with Danny Hazel being down there, and she moved across to Manchester, so we nipped across to Manchester and watched them play the Superchargers, which was a really great day actually. Good day of cricket. Big crowds. Just the big stage that these girls want to strut their stuff on. Grace Thompson was at the Trent Rockets, never got on the park, but it would have been a great experience for her to be around. The likes of Nat Siver-Brunt for a month. I'm sure that Nat was probably pleased to get rid of her in the end. Did see one interview where Grace was sat next to her in the dugout, and I was like, oh God. Lovable pest.
It is a really good experience, and someone like Davina Perrin actually spent 2 years just sat on the bench at Birmingham Phoenix, and I kept saying, oh, she's got to play, but it's just a really good experience to be around those players, especially with the overseas that are around.
It's driven firmly but won't beat Katy Levik mid-off. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I look at from the lads' point of view, Ben McKinney was around and got an opportunity in the end, but I thought he might have had a bit of bench time, but to be around the likes of Joss Butler and Phil Salt and Heinrich Klaassen, like you say with the girls, the likes of Alana King, and that would have been around the Trent Rockets for Grace. So yeah, like incredible opportunities. Oh, that's full and hammered away through mid-wicket. She's not going to miss out on that, Bryony Smith. Punished away for 4.
Yeah, very much punished. Bryony Smith looks at that and kind of licks her lips and thinks, here's a boundary. 24 without loss.
Much better from Thompson. Good comeback. Right on the money. Smith 14 from 16. Monaghan 5 from 12. Nice opening partnership so far from this pair. This will be the trickiest time to bat today. This fresh pitch, new balls, bit of moisture around this morning. It's clipped in the air, but we'll go down to deep backward square, and it will just be the single. Emily Windsor doing the fielding down there.
When I was doing the midweek game between Lancashire and Warwickshire, I saw something I've never seen actually a real game before in person. Of the stump was damaged, not broken, but Emma Lamb bowling off spin had managed to chip the stump, and so they had to get a replacement one. They didn't have the branded Metro Bank.
Another single. You'd take that home, wouldn't you? Bowling off spin.
Yeah, I was
I've
just
destroyed the stump.
I couldn't quite believe it. It must have been a really old, fragile stump. Sorry, Emma Lamb. But it was at Sale Cricket Club, so they just got one of the club ones. So you had all the nice Metro Bank and then this like pale blue one, just I think it was off stump, just there, which was quite something.
Done some damage for the OCD people around, no doubt. 26 without loss after 5, Surrey. Nice start. No chances created yet from Durham. It's been a tidy start from the opening pair. A few wides and one misfield, but I think both teams will be happy with the way that they've settled into the game. Durham searching really for that early wicket just to break this partnership.
Yeah, Durham's extras were a bit of a concern in their game against the Blaze, but even just this start is a bit tighter than it was on Tuesday, as Trudy Johnson is back into the attack. This one, however, going down the leg side was a wide.
Very interesting field now from Durham. There's a catching mid-wicket, a pretty square mid-wicket, a square leg and a mid-on. They've also got a sweeper out on the offside. I don't know whether they're saying to Trudy that she can bowl a little bit wider if she needs to. Obviously really looking to attack the stumps here.
Johnson in past the umpire. Defended into the leg side for no run. This one pushed out into the offside, that sweeper utilised. So good field setting from Durham. 28 without loss.
Yeah, that's the one. You're trying to start the ball a little bit wider, and sometimes they just don't swing back, so she's got a little bit of protection out there, although that protection now goes back to deep square leg for Bryony Smith, who is very, very strong through the leg side.
Smith on strike. It's pushed into the offside. Be a sliding stop from Emma Marlowe. 28 without loss.
Shot.
Smith rocking back and drives that through the offside. It will be 4. That's superb from Smith.
Yeah, that's all class. That's hit on the top of the bounce off the back foot through cover point. You don't get many better than that.
Johnson continuing her over. Nudged into the leg side. Happy to take the single. .33 without loss. A wicket's fallen in the Somerset-Warwickshire game, so Warwickshire are now 29 for 1. We'll keep an eye on that in terms of potential bonus points and all sorts. This one slightly leg side. There are a couple of shouts. The umpire wasn't interested.
Yeah, little flick off the pad there, I think, down the leg side.
.33 without loss after 6.
Yeah, turning into a nice start this for Surrey. Pretty much risk-free. Smith a run a ball 20, Monaghan 7 from 16 under no real pressure from the other end. I like this. Really aggressive bowling change from Holly Armitage, bringing Katy Levik into the attack early, really searching for that wicket. You can see there plenty of blue sky here in Chesley Street. I'm sure if Stevie up the roof pans that round to the left, you can see a lot of grey cloud actually starting to roll our way as well. But for now, blue skies here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Katy Levik from the Lumley end, from the Finkel end. Durham needing a breakthrough. Tossed up and driven to mid-on. Grace Thompson does well, gets round, prevents the single.
I'm a big fan of this change. It was successful against the Blaze. Whenever Levik came on, I think the 2 of her overs, she got a wicket first ball or within the first couple of balls, so it was instant impact.
Yeah, I like it in the power play as well. You can only have the 2 fielders out here. Just gives the batter the incentive to think, if I can clear the infield, I'm going to get a boundary. Yeah. But there's risk involved in that. That one beats the bat, nicely taken by Heath. Behind the stumps. Good aggressive line from Katy Levik. Not the greatest throw from Grace Thompson back in to Bess Heath. An apology followed shortly after. Plays across the line. Risk involved there from Smith. This is a good start from Katy Levik.
This is exactly why you bring her on. She puts the squeeze on. She's putting that pressure after Surrey looked pretty much comfortable, to be honest. She's just making things a little bit more tricky.
And probably wouldn't expect Levik to come on in the power play. So a little bit about the box thinking from the skipper. This is driven nicely, but straight to Maddie Villiers at mid-wicket, and that's a maiden over start for Katy Levik. So good work from her and good work from Holly Armitage. I think we might even be looking at a double change here. You can see Maddie Villiers with cap in hand. So an aggressive double change from Holly Armitage to get us underway here.
Villiers was superb against the Blaze, 2 for 49, and then a pretty crucial 79 with the bat. So she was excellent. I've been so impressed with her this season, making the move up here. It was a big decision, but she's just been so instrumental for Durham.
Very, very talented cricketer. Once she turns those 80s into hundreds and plus, that is when I think England recognition may come for her.
Villiers from the Lumley end. Driven to mid-off. No run available.
Yeah, asset with the ball and an incredible athlete in the outfield as well.
One of the best fielders. We've seen some great catches from her this season. Knocked into the leg side for no run. And it's not just her catching it, it's the distances she can run. Her sprints are amazing. And just
Strong
full
arm too.
commitment, yeah. Monaghan on strike.
Noise level just gone up a little bit from the Durham fielders on the back of some dots.
Villiers in and Hoyt in the air. Sweeper will do the fielding. But just the one run. So really tight bowling from Villiers.
That was the first bad ball for a while. It got slapped it straight to a fielder, and that's what can happen when you start to put a few dots together.
Smith now on strike. Drives down the ground. But no run available. So just one conceded from the over so far. Villiers to conclude her over. Will be cut off really nicely by Trudy Johnson. So one run from the over, 34 without loss. And it seems that spinners worked a trick in just putting the pressure on Surrey a bit and slowing that run rate down.
So I think we're going to have a change of ends for Trudy Johnson. Despite those 2 overs of spin only going for the 1 run. See Trudy Johnson have a crack here from the Finkel end. So just changing up Captain Holly Armitage, looking for that right combination. Should be really encouraged by the fact that the 2 spinners have bowled well from the start.
Yeah, I like it. Unpredictable.
Yeah, and I think Trudy Johnson's greatest asset is that she swings the ball, so she needs to bowl with that newer ball. So, again, not against it, but like you say, the Surrey batters will be thinking, what's going to come next? Monaghan on strike to Johnson. It's driven nicely, but straight to mid-on. To Phoebe Turner, who'll be itching to have a bowl herself. Started off the season really well, got some recognition with England A call-ups. It's good from Johnson. Zeroed in on a really good line to start this over and this spell. Oh, how was that? Missed the stumps. That has gone over leg stump. And that is the culmination of 3 overs of pressure on Monaghan and Surrey. But she's got away with it. Not quite sure how that hasn't hit the timber.
There are a lot of hands on heads from the Durham fielders. But really good signs from Durham. It should be encouraging for Trudy Johnson.
Smith drives off the back foot. Nice fielding. Prevents it from going any further than just for a single. Mia Rogers feeling their cover point. Driven beautifully through extra cover by Monaghan. Got a little reprieve, a little bit of luck earlier on. But needed no luck there. That was a glorious off drive.
A really nice shot from Monaghan, who I've always kind of seen her a bit more as a bowler, and I've certainly watched her bowl a lot more than bat. So it's really interesting to see her at the top of the order opening the batting, and she can certainly bat and producing shots like that. Certainly one of the reasons why she's been promoted up the order. 40 without loss.
She pulls but won't beat Armitage. There's a little underarm at the stumps. Ends the over with a dot. 40 now without loss after 9 overs. Monahan into double figures onto 12. Smith on 21. And a solid start. Sorry. I think we've got the physio running the helmet on now. Where's the 12th has gone?
Too tired. I'm working too hard already.
Yeah, back in the day, you just had to make a Gatorade or a Powerade or whatever they were, and then just wander around the boundary and hand them out to the bowlers, but not anymore.
Maddie Villiers back from the Lumley end. Swept by Bryony Smith, but we'll just get one. 41 without loss. Yeah, I feel like being 12th nowadays, there's so much stuff you've got to do. Or even with drinks, everyone has different drinks. Some people have water, some will have electrolytes, and some people can be fussy. Villiers in again, worked into the leg side for no run. I remember when I did a bit of social media stuff with Central Sparks back in, it would have been 2022. They had this big whiteboard with everyone's drink requests, and everyone was different. Everyone was different.
Divas.
Hoiked in the air by Monaghan. One bounce and will be 4. Expansive from Alice Monaghan. He moves on to 16.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot there. Got the line. She wanted Kyle Kurtz doing the fielding. If this game wasn't on, he'd be playing just up the road today for my club at Chesley Street.
Villiers looking to recover. This one worked on the leg side. There will just be 1. 46 without loss.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries for Monaghan just to get her innings going. That moves on to 17.
Bryony Smith now on strike, driven straight back to Villiers. Smith this time leans back, pushes it through the offside, beats the diving Phoebe Turner. It's heading towards the boundary. Holly Armitage attempts to stop it, but it does go over the rope for 4. It was a good chase by Armitage. But once again, Bryony Smith beating the fielders.
Brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for this pair. 50 without loss after 10. Yeah, once you beat this outfield, especially on that side of the ground over towards Lumley Castle, it's very, very difficult to catch up with it. Not perfectly timed that from Smith, but timed well enough, despite the efforts of Holly Armitage. It's 10 from that over.
Strong power play for Surrey, who, of course, today just need a win to go through.
Johnson from the Finkel end. Good single. Set off immediately, Bryony Smith. Just a nod, I think, from Monaghan, and no words needed there. Durham now allowed 4 fielders outside the circle. Just the 3 with a fine leg, a deep square leg, and a deep sweeper out on the offside. And that is hammered through extra cover. Bryony Smith getting the width, getting her hands through it, and crushing that one through extra cover for 4.
Just clubbed away. It was classic Bryony Smith.
It was brutal, wasn't it? Starting to get a little bit darker out there. Yeah, Good comeback that from Trudy Johnson. A little bit wider on the crease, angled in towards Midland leg stump. We will see the lights come on, I think, shortly. And we might see them on for the rest of the day with what that weather forecast is. There's some sun and some showers around for most of the afternoon, which could influence what Durham chase on Duckworth Lewis Stern. Good Yorker as well from Trudy Johnson.
55 without loss.
Few of Durham's non-playing girls are just having a wander around to the nets. Gone, knocked her over. Attempted that pull shot that she hit earlier. That one maybe a little bit fuller, doesn't bounce as much. And Trudy Johnson gets a much needed breakthrough for Durham. Surrey 55 for 1, Smith gone for 30.
That's brilliant from Trudy Johnson. High fives and hugs all round. She's come back into the side, first game since June, and has probably got one of the most crucial wickets for Surrey. Bryony Smith looked destructive and was just gearing up, and Trudy Johnson she's done well. The first few overs just trying to build that pressure, had a bit of inconsistency, but had been grafting away and was rewarded.
Crucial breakthrough for Durham. Emma Jones, the new batter, coming to the crease. On the back of some good form that you mentioned, Polly.
Yeah, 141 versus Essex, and a game that didn't get completed. It was just the first innings that happened, but
it's a perfect day, that. Just have your bat and then just sit down.
Yeah.
Watch the rain fall.
The thing that's more concerning is they only played 45 overs and Surrey managed to score 313. So I think Essex would have been really glad they didn't have to bowl the final 5 overs.
Yeah, no doubt.
Emma Jones, 141 though. What an innings that is. She struggled with injury over the last couple of seasons, but has had some decent scores this season, but this one by far the highest.
Ooh, a little bit of shape back in, as we've seen all morning from Johnson. Just cramping up Emma Jones for room, but that ends a successful over. Johnson has 1 for 28 after 5. Surrey 55 for 1.
An important over for Durham with the breakthrough. It looked like otherwise Smith and Monaghan could kind of take the game away.
Yeah, good timing, as you mentioned there. Bryony was looking dangerous out there. He hit a beautiful shot earlier in the over off the back foot through cover point. Extra cover. But Durham now seen the back of her wander off.
Villiers in, and it's a bit of a shout. Pye's not interested.
Yeah, a bit high and down leg, I think. Not a lot going for that one. It's a good appeal, though. Maddie was real keen.
3 wickets have fallen in the power play in Somerset against Warwickshire.
Ooh.
So that can make things interesting. Villiers in again. Worked into the leg side, driven by Monaghan. Just 1 run.
Be interesting to see here if Holly Armitage looks to just squeeze the new batter. Bring an extra fielder or 2 into the circle. She is, so now just 2 out. Got a long on and a deep square well in front of square. In fact, more deep mid-wicket. Aggressive field.
Emma Jones awaiting, pushes this into the offside for no run. Jones studied vet science at Cambridge, so
Wow.
very smart.
Mhm.
Villiers once again
Not a
worked
good ball
into
with
leg
that
side,
field.
chipped over the field, and that will go for 4. First boundary from Emma Jones. And yeah, punished the bad ball. Lofted up and over.
Sophia Turner definitely dressed for winter. Beanie on, big jacket underneath the bib.
Jones driving this one into the offside. It'll be a dot ball. So I know Jones did the first 3 years, and then I think that's just a basic science degree from Cambridge, and then you can do the vet science on top of that, as there's been a bit of a shout from Villiers, but will be a dot ball, and that wraps up the over 60 for 1. But yeah, then she had the opportunity to become a professional cricketer, so I think potentially that's on pause. I'm not sure, but the last time I interviewed her was just before she was finishing her 3rd year. But a tough balance between playing, I mean, at the time it was semi-professional, turning professional, and also doing a degree at Cambridge where they tell you not to have a job because time-wise it doesn't really work.
I can imagine, as you can hear from the ground announcer, Katy Levik back into the attack. Move Johnson picking up a wicket in the last over, but that hasn't changed Holly Armitage's thoughts. Levik straight into the attack, probably trying to put some pressure on this new partnership, trying to get 2 wickets.
Levik started with a maiden, so just bowled that one over. She'll be keen to try and replicate that and find a wicket.
Yeah, I always thought a vet would be a cool job to have until I've had some... I've got, 2 pups now. I've got a Sprocker and a Cocker Spaniel. And yeah, some of the things that the vets have to do are not particularly nice. I think you really have to love animals to be in that job.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect some of it is like, oh, the dog's eating a sock, so we've got to retrieve this.
I was thinking more of the gland relief that they have to give and things. Not pretty. For all the good things you get to see, I reckon there's some awful stuff too.
Yeah, growing up we had a dog that lived next door, and we would play cricket in the garden, tennis in the garden. Most of our tennis balls disappeared, and I think were eaten by the dog.
Yeah,
so,
no doubt.
which the owner was really annoyed about, and obviously he had to foot the vet bill, but
Just
it
throw 'em
wasn't
back.
our fault. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, being a cricket coach and the owner of 2 pups, my wife just thinks that all my tennis balls that I use for coaching are just for the dogs. So every time I come in, there's another tennis ball in the garden, and the little one likes to hide them from the big one. Gorgeous late cut. That's a classy shot, that, from Emma Jones. A little bit of width, used all the pace. Second boundary for her.
Yeah, she's starting well. I imagine maybe feeling a bit of pressure after that big score. There's the expectation on her now. But she's started well.
Nothing like being in form, though, when you're just kind of on autopilot in that zone. It's a good comeback from Levik. That'll be the line she'll want to hit there. Bowling within the line of the stumps. Jones punished on the one that wasn't within the line of the stumps. That ends the over 5 from it. 65 for 1 after 13. So staying pretty consistent around that 5 runs and over mark. 1 wicket down there. Bryony Smith going bowled by Trudy Johnson. We're going to see another double change. Phoebe Turner's going to come into the attack from the Lumley end. Been impressed with a lot of her work this year. And again, another one I think really could push for high runners once she gets that belief of how good she really is with bat and ball.
Second in the rankings for wicket taking in the One Day Cup. She's been superb even last season as well. Was leading wicket taker in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy. Turner to deliver her first ball of the day. Chopped into the ground. We'll just get one.
Yeah, so 4 fielders now out. The back 4 you'll probably hear them referred to as, with the 2 square fielders on the off and the leg side, plus a third and a fine leg in place.
Jones 8 from 8. As Turner's in again. Driven into the offside. Slight fumble by Holly Armitage, but at no expense.
Nicely timed again by Jones. I should be plugging what bat she's using there. I'm sure they'll be watching. I use exactly the same brand. Well, in my 5 or 6 games a year these days.
Turner in. It's been slashed away by
Wow.
Jones. It'll be 4. You can tell she's a player that's in form and among the runs.
Another thing I think you can tell, and you mentioned Beckenham earlier, you can tell they trust their shots.
Yeah.
If they see a tiny little bit of length or a little bit of width, then they're trying to cash in on that. That wasn't, again, that short, but absolutely hammered by Jones.
Turner looking to recover and push into the offside. Much better.
Signs again, it's another good pitch here in Chesley Street. Victor Main and the ground staff done a brilliant job this year. See there, like I said, anything with any length or width has been absolutely punished from these Surrey girls this morning.
70 for 1. Tucked into the leg side by Jones. Just be 1. Turner in again. This one lofted over the infield, will be just about cut off. That's good work
Bit
from
of confusion
Trudy
there.
Johnson.
It was good fielding, good running in the end. Emma Jones not as keen as what Monaghan was. Guess maybe with it being a shorter boundary as well. I was just having a look there, Polly. I'm not a massive stats man, but I'm sure something that Durham will be keeping their eye on is that Surrey have hit 11 boundaries in 14 overs.
Wow. Yeah, that is definitely something to keep an eye on.
They've been all round the ground as well.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen 1-2 actually, I think, between the Surrey batters so far to date. So definitely dominant.
Bang on, Paul.
Good to know that the brain
Yeah,
just about
no,
works.
that was impressive. That just got the old wagon wheel stats up there, and you're absolutely bang on. Yeah, good from Levik. Good line. Like the way the skipper always puts himself in the hot seat, always in the high traffic zones for fielding. Right in the action. Again, good fielding from Durham. Is that Katherine Fraser there? I think it is. Pink towel. Oh, good from Levik. Really attacking the stumps. Trudy Johnson just having a wander out to long off now. Durham try and get over this over without a boundary. Another dot 5 so far in a row from Katy Levik. Does bowl a high percentage of dot balls. There's that width again. This time it's a play and a miss, and it will be a maiden over for Katy Levik. Big round of applause from the crowd here. 73 for 1, Surrey. 2 maiden overs in her 3 so far for Katy Levik.
She's been pretty important so far today. If she can add a few wickets, that will be even more handy from a Durham perspective. But yeah, having 2 maiden overs when, as you've said with the stats, Surrey have been able to find the boundary plenty of times.
Yeah.
It's pretty important.
16 dots out of 18.
Wow. That's not bad at all. Phoebe Turner is going to continue from the Lumley end. 73 for 1. Alice Monaghan on strike. Starts with a dot. Nicely defended. Monaghan 23 from 37.
There's a good template here from Durham. They just need to bowl at the stumps. That's where it's been most difficult to score from.
Worked into the leg side slightly awkwardly by Monaghan, but we'll just get 1.
That's a great line and length, that from Phoebe Turner. Should be the quickest bowler on show for Durham today. Lots of options for Armitage as the day goes on. There's Katherine Fraser as well with a bit of off spin.
Pushed out into the offside. Fielded on the boundary, coming in. So just 1.
Haven't seen a lot of Holly Armitage leg spin so far this year. The skipper keeping that right shoulder on ice. Oh, come on. I love it. Set you off to get some stats, haven't I? I wonder if she has bowled at all. That will be a wide. Yeah. I just tried to take the pace off that one there, Phoebe Turner.
I'm having a little look. I don't think so. Monaghan waiting. Chipped up on the offside. We'll just take the 1. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like in regional cricket I'd see her bowl quite a bit for the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah, it might only be 2 or 3 overs in a game, but then as a captain that gives her definite options at the back end of an innings. So yeah, it was just a thought that she's probably underused herself maybe a little bit.
Play and a miss by Emma Jones. $77 for 1. Pushed out into the offside by Emma Jones. Just happy to take the singles at the moment, rotating the strike. $78 for 1 at the end of the over.
T20 finals day in operation for the men down at Edgbaston. Somerset 60 for 2 after 7. Jimmy Anderson in the wickets has 1. As Lancashire are taking on Somerset in the first semi-final. Was hoping to be down there today, but unfortunately Durham losing their quarter-final at home to Hampshire last week, so that seems like an eternity ago as well. I think it was last Friday night, wasn't it? Nice from Levik. Oh, there's a risky single, but a misfield from Katherine Fraser. I think with a clean pickup, that might have been a risky run. The Surrey pair home safely. Former Durham player Sean Dixon will be in that lineup, no doubt, for Somerset. He's moving on to pastures new, going off to Glamorgan at the end of the season. It's driven and another dot. I'm not sure Grace Thompson's going to get away with throwing that ball into there. There's a great double teapot from the square leg umpire. The two umpires are getting together. They're not happy. They're going to have a look at the ball. Umpire Simon Widdop, but impressive double teapot. I'm sure Grace Thompson and Holly Armitage might feel the wrath of the two umpires. Just off screen there. Umpire Neil Pratt having a I was going to say a quiet word with Grace Thompson. I'm not sure it was a quiet word. It was pretty stern instruction, is that you cannot throw the ball into the turf when you're inside the circle. A bit of width. That's cut away again nicely, this time from Monaghan. That races away. This outfield is absolutely lightning. There's been some rain around in the northeast. This outfield is definitely not impacted by that. As Monaghan picks up another boundary.
I can confirm that Holly Armitage hasn't bowled in the One Day Cup this year. I doubt she would have bowled in the T20s. I feel like I would have remembered that.
I can't remember her bowling in any home game, that's for sure. Monaghan, 29 now. Again, gets that one away. Should pick up at least two. Good fielding out in the deep. That's Mia Rogers out there. Stops that going for a second boundary in the over. Don't know whether it's worth just trying to get that short fine leg across onto the offside and just reinforcing the field a little bit there, as that one goes exactly through point again. More work for Rogers as Monaghan touches and comes back for a well run two. That ends the over 9 from that Katy Levik over.
Easily her most expensive. And one of the more expensive overs of the game.
87 now for one, Surrey. This partnership starting to build nicely.
Yeah, Monaghan 33 from 44. Emma Jones 16 from 22. Phoebe Turner's continuing from the Lumley end, so far 13 from her 2 overs.
Graham Madison, who's scoring along there, says we're absolutely spot on, Polly.
Oh, perfect.
My wandering mind and your research is a great combination.
Turner back into the attack. Bit of width and pushed away by Emma Jones.
Just proves there's more than one way to get through life. You're methodical and I'm just away with the fairies most of the time. But it must sink in somewhere.
Turner in again. Whipped off the hip into the leg side. The pad's even. It's heading towards the boundary. Grace Thompson will flick it back. And I think that would have been safe in. But they have run a 3 in the meantime, which surely will be the first 3 of the day. 91 for 1.
We're on fire here, Paul.
Sometimes I get things right. Turner in, chipped straight down the ground. Emma Marlowe in pursuit, but it will easily be 4. Lovely, lovely shot from Emma Jones.
Just starting to up the ante, this pair, aren't they? There's been a noticeable increase in tempo in the last couple of overs. But that was a beautiful shot down the ground from Emma Jones.
95 for 1. Yeah, had those couple of overs with Katy Levik putting the squeeze on. Trudy Johnson with the wicket. And it feels like it's slightly slipping away from them. This one pushed into the offside by Emma Jones. There's a misfield, so they'll take the single.
Definitely feel the pressure has transferred back onto Durham here from this pair. It's been good batting.
96 for 1.
41 now, the partnership, but just about to run a ball.
Alice Monaghan, 36 from 45. She's now on strike as Turner continues her over. Tries to pull it away, but through to Bess Heath with the gloves.
1 for the over. A good bouncer, that. I don't think she bowls him enough.
No, definitely not.
Good pace.
It's effective.
See Grace Thompson limbering up those long legs.
Monaghan slaps this away. Should be just about cut off. That's a really good bit of fielding from Emily Windsor.
Yeah, you need a good athlete on that side of the ground. That boundary definitely short square of the wicket. That was excellent work from Emily Windsor. But again, another good over. So back-to-back strong overs from Surrey. Well, that one go for 11, I think.
98 for 1. The score moves on to just shy of that 100 mark. So very much accelerated 50 from the power play. And now just shy of 100.
Grace Thompson is back into the attack. And I like this from Armitage. She hasn't been afraid of changing it if she feels that things are not going the way that she wants. She's got the youngster back into the attack. Just got a nod from Harry. We must be going all right, Paul.
Always a good sign.
Again, good use of the width and the pace on the ball. Really clever batting. Goes to the longest boundary and will find the rope. Lovely batting that from Emma Jones. And that brings up the Surrey 100. Here, first ball of the 19th over.
I like that from Jones. I mean, there wasn't tons of power on it, but just guided it so nicely. Found the gap, and the boundaries keep flowing for Surrey.
Yeah, there's not a big gap there between the two fielders behind point on the offside, but she found it easily. As we've seen, any width has been punished. Anything short has been punished. Surrey marching on here. This partnership. Dangerous now. 47. Better than a runner ball. Much better from Thompson, just attacking the stumps. Said that a few times. Bess Heath just leaping, just twisting her ankle there. I think a little bit on landing.
I think when Surrey were going at around 5 and over, you thought, okay, maybe that's okay. That's achievable if they get up to what, like 250.
Yeah.
And we've seen Durham, they 252 the other day against the Blaze, but I think when it gets closer to 300 and the other side of 250, that's where things get a bit more tricky.
Beats the bat. I've just seen there on the bottom of your camera, umpire Neil Pratt just having a chat with Holly Armitage, who was just off camera, with regards to the throws that are coming in. He's not a happy man. Well, most umpires are pretty grumpy at the best of times. Neil Pratt is grumpy, and I would tell him that to his face as well. But not impressed at all with the throws that are coming in towards the batter and that have been on the floor, and rightly so.
$102 for 1, so great recovery from Grace Thompson. The boundary to start the over, but dots ever since.
Yeah, 14 boundaries now for Surrey. Oh, that could be 15. That one's hammered away. Holly Armitage unable to stop it. And right on cue. A little bit off the toe of the bat, but powerfully struck. Brings up the 50 partnership between Monaghan and Jones in good time from 49 balls. This partnership dangerous now for Durham. Durham need another breakthrough. Surrey in cruise control. 106 for 1 after 19.
Yeah, the partnership going above a run a ball, which I think is quite indicative of how the last few overs have been, just up in that run rate and looking very, very comfortable. 106 for 1.
Yeah, Monaghan's just got a bit busier, and Jones is absolutely motoring 30 now from 31. And again, you might just see right next to the pitch that the two umpires and Holly Armitage in conversation there. Holly doesn't seem to be doing much talking. She's doing a lot of listening. And yes, sir. Sorry, sir. From
be nice to have the umpires mic'd up. I want to hear what word they're using. What they're
I think
saying.
it'd be all right from the girls' point of view. I'm sure if the lads were playing, that might be a little bit different. But they do have the body cams on. See Katherine Fraser into the attack. Not sure you could have been mic'd up back in my day. Not as bad as football.
Another change for Durham, utilising their 6th bowler of the day. Fraser in for her first ball. Just played into the leg side. They will take a single as beats the diving Maddie Villiers. Took 1 for 42 against the Blaze. Had a bit of a cameo with the bat as well. 21 towards the back end of that innings.
Yeah, it was important, wasn't it? Durham just stalled a little bit.
Fraser in again, worked off the hip by Emma Jones. Yeah, just boosted them up to 252, which I do think they did leave a few runs out there, but it just enabled them to make that total a bit more competitive. On the leg side again. They're going to take 2.
Yeah, been excellent running between the wickets as well. Sorry, really aggressive.
Yeah, not only just finding those many boundaries, 6 of which have come from Emma Jones. Fraser in again. club back over the head of Alice Monaghan, who has to dive to the ground. And Emma Jones just putting her hand out to apologise.
Yeah, my bad. It was supposed to go a bit further than that, I think. Still struck firmly.
Fraser in again. Defended for no run. I think we saw that in the Durham game against the Blaze. I think it was Emily Windsor who was batting. I can't remember who was at the non-strikers end, but similarly had to dive to the ground to protect their head. This one's driven into the offside.
Great single. Might be Maddie Villiers, I think. They were in partnership for a little while, weren't they?
Yeah, they both scored plenty of runs. I think it was 54 in the end for Emily Windsor, and then the 79 from Villiers. Surrey now 110 for 1. Emma Jones 33 from 36. Alice Monaghan 39 from 48.
So interesting here is that Bess Heath has gone off with an injury here. Mia Rogers has taken the gloves. I think Leah Dobson has come on as a sub-fielder. So there's a little bit happening here. So I'm not sure if it was that throw and the twist of the ankle. But right in front of the dugout, right on the left-hand side of your screen there, you can see Bess just over the rope in consultation with the Durham physio. That's tickled around the corner. Katy Levik with some work to do as well. And they'll pick up a couple, sorry. Emma Jones carrying on her really good form. Looks busy, looks dangerous here.
I will say it's useful for Durham having Mia Rogers in the team today. Just be able to take the gloves. These things are rare, but it's actually useful when you've got a quality keeper who can come in and you're not scrambling around for a volunteer.
That finds that gap. Away down to third again. Width on offer. Gratefully received from Emma Jones. And she is motoring, picks up her 7th 4 now. Moves on to 37.
Yeah, it looked like it just zipped off the bottom of the bat and raced away.
She's mixed it up, hasn't she? Power and touch. She's come here in good form, and Durham just having to change the feel a little bit now. Long on coming into mid-on. And Phoebe Turner dropping down onto the boundary at third.
It says a lot about the quality and depth of Surrey when they're missing 6 England cap players, and someone like Emma Jones can step up, and likewise Alice Monaghan. They take on these roles and take those opportunities, and it's as if nothing's changed.
Oh, hit to mid-on, sets off immediately. Marlowe with a throw. Throws it wide. Yeah, and you can... I think a lot of mud gets slung at Surrey for all the... I mean, it's not their fault that they are probably the richest club in the country. And they do have resources that other clubs don't. But they still produce so many of their own players as well.
Yeah, exactly. You look at the Surrey squad now, and the majority of them have come from the South East Stars pathway, came through Surrey age groups. Alice Monaghan was a product of the Vipers, but Emma Jones is Surrey through and through.
Monaghan just sitting back, and she's got the best seat in the house at the moment in this partnership with Emma Jones. But yeah, and I think that carries across into the men's game as well. You look at the players that they've produced, and yes, they could probably pretty much go out and spend money on whoever they want, but they do give so many opportunities to their own players who come through a thriving academy system. So yeah, a lot of credit to Surrey. Like I say, it's easy to sling the mud at them and say that they can spend what they want, but if they weren't producing their own players, then you could probably throw that. But yeah, I think that's pretty unfair.
118 for 1. The umpire's having another discussion with Holly Armitage.
Been lots of chat this morning, hasn't there, between the men in Cadbury's purple and the skipper. And so much so that Holly Armitage has forgot to speak to her captain and go, right, I'm fielding on this side of the pitch rather than wandering across.
Katherine Fraser will continue from the Lumley end. Played into the leg side by Monaghan, just for the one run. Fraser gone for 5 so far.
It's a big boundary out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trudy Johnson's probably the best part of 65, 70 metres from the bat. So if they get the pace just right off the bat, they might be able to think about 2.
Nudge this time into the leg side. They take 1. They're going to stick with the single. I think they know they've got time.
Have that, Mia Rogers. Awful throw from Maddie Villiers. Immediate apology.
Fraser on again. This one lofted back over her head. Should be 4 and it will be 4. Lovely shot from Alice Monaghan. Just straight back over the bowler's head for 4.
Yeah, she's not going to be outdone by Jones with that shot. That's glorious. That great lesson for any youngsters watching there. Aim for the sight screen. Full face of the bat. Beautiful shot.
Monaghan moves to 45. This time just nudges it into the leg side for no run. Warwickshire are 6 wickets down. 81 for 6 after 20 overs.
Oh dear.
So this could be interesting.
Might have to knock it off in like 7 balls or something to...
Yeah, I reckon it will be something quite bonkers. And getting the bonus point is difficult anyway, and Warwickshire can bowl well. So I don't think anyone should be too worried here. This one lofted into the air. Fielder under it. Catch is taken. Grace Thompson with the catch to dismiss Alice Monaghan. She was 45 from 53, just shy of that half century. And Katherine Fraser has the 2nd wicket of the day and a really needed breakthrough after a huge partnership between Emma Jones and Alice Monaghan, who were taking the game away.
I did not see that coming, especially with that delivery. Full toss, and Alice Monaghan will be absolutely filthy with herself there. She's probably thinking, I'm going to hit this for 6, bring up my 50, and she's hit it straight down Grace Thompson's throat, who took that so casually. I thought, the way that Grace was running in for it, I think, is that going to carry? And she's just, yeah, of course it is. I've got it. No drama. Good catch from her and a much needed breakthrough for Durham. Monaghan goes, caught Thompson, bowled Fraser for 45. And Surrey are 124 for 2.
We're going to see Alice Davidson-Richards deployed for Surrey.
They keep coming.
Another Centurion. Scored 107 against Essex. So her and Emma Jones are incredibly familiar with batting with each other. And a dangerous pair.
Lovely time to come in the back. Got plenty of time just to give yourself a chance to get in, and then you've still got the best part of 20 overs to bat once your eye's in to really cash in here. But that was a big breakthrough for Durham. Surrey on track for posting a big score. Katherine Fraser getting the breakthrough. She has 1 for 10. The other wicket taker, Trudy Johnson. Thompson, who took the catch, has ball in hand again. That one down the leg side. Another wide. Her 4th, Durham's 7th wide of the innings. Chatley still to come. Spence still to come. So there's still some power for this Surrey lineup.
125 for 2.
Good comeback after the first ball wide. It's exactly where she wants to be. Grace Thompson honing in on those stumps. Driven nicely square of the wicket, but we'll find the sweeper out on the offside. Just the single. 40. Where are we at? 42 now for Jones, it is. She's been impressive here. Been busy, 7 boundaries to her name. Thumps into the thigh, but Jones thinks about coming. Sent back. Davidson Richards also part of the Superchargers, wasn't she?
Yeah. Yeah. Plenty of players from the Superchargers on the field today. Katherine Fraser as well. Sophia Turner, who's got the bib on today. Yeah, ADR seems like a great character to have around her side. I think she drinks her tea out of, the huge Sports Direct mugs. I know she loves tea, and I'm pretty sure I've seen a video of her drinking out of one of them.
That's a lot of tea in one of those mugs.
Yeah. Maybe that's where she's scoring all her runs. She's just fueled up to go. I imagine she's a Yorkshire tea person as well, I suspect.
She drives nicely, but hits Jones at the non-striker's end. It's a good recovery, that. Just the single after the wide first ball, the over, just the 2 from it. Durham will be happy with a couple of quiet overs here. 126 for 2, sorry.
Yeah, they've got a dangerous pair at the crease, so just trying to keep it steady and also protect those boundaries. Katherine Fraser, the wicket taker, is going to be back from the Lumley end. So far, 2 overs, 1 for 10. Took the wicket of Alice Monaghan. Fraser in, chipped up, beats her hand, and it should go for 4. Fraser leaped up and I think was relatively close to getting a hand to it, but it races away to the boundary.
She's got power, Emma Jones.
8th 4 of the day. Fraser again. This one pushing to the offside, well picked up by Holly Armitage. Scrambling through for 1. Just
keep my eye on the Durham bench to see if the physio reappears or Bess Heath reappears, but Sophia Turner's a lonely lady right now.
Davidson Richards on strike. This one played straight back to Fraser, but beats her diving efforts, and it will go for 4. Another boundary in this over from Surrey.
It's good use of the feet, wasn't it? Got to the pitch and absolutely nailed that back path past Katherine Fraser.
Davidson Richards again, this time just nudging it behind to Katy Levik and scampering through for one. Good running from the Surrey batters. £136 for 2. Jones now on 47. Davidson Richards 5 from 5. Jones on strike and she's been bowled. Katherine Fraser picks up a second and gets rid of the dangerous Emma Jones. That's precisely what Katherine Fraser's done today. Dismisses Alice Monaghan just short of the half century and does the exact same to Emma Jones. So what could have been a really dangerous partnership will now not happen. And Emma Jones goes for 47.
Again, another one I didn't see coming there. Emma Jones looked in total control, as did Alice Monaghan. And Katherine Fraser gets the double breakthrough. She's gone for a few runs, but 2 really valuable wickets for her captain. She's 2 for 20 now. Surrey lose their 3rd wicket, 135 on the board. Sorry, 136 on the board. As Chatley is the new batter coming to the crease. 2 new batters at the crease as well. So you break the partnership, you break that next partnership with the in batter. Can Durham now just build a bit of pressure? So the physio is now back out onto the ground. I think analyst James Keys is about to run out onto the ground. It's all happening here at the Banks Homes Riverside. He's going to have a chat with the umpire Keys. As you can just see him come into shot now. Might be around the body cam of the umpires. So we'll try and get an update for you on Bess Heath's injury. But it looked innocuous. It was from a throw that was way too close to the batter. I don't know if she twisted her ankle trying to avoid the batter or whether she maybe collided a little bit with the batter. But she's off the field. Mia Rogers now has the gloves.
£136 for 3. 2 relatively new batters at the crease, which will be good from a Durham perspective.
Yep. I think we can see Bess Heath running back out here. This player's just having a drink.
An interesting over with 4-1-4-1 wicket.
Yeah.
So quite a mixed over from Katherine Fraser, but of course brought about the wicket of Emma Jones.
Good news about to come into camera shot is Bess Heath striding out to the middle. I wonder if she's just going to field for the rest of the innings. There's a cast of thousands out there at the moment, it feels. 2 Surrey batters. Chatley's just come to the crease wanting to get on with it, and there's this huge delay going on. Durham girls having a drink. There's bibs out there. One of the umpires has gone off to use the facilities. Everything's happening, but nothing's happening.
Yeah, it did look like the Durham team were sat round having circle time, just
Didn't it
having a chat, show and tell. What have you got today?
I like that circle time.
It looks like play will resume. Be getting on with it.
Graham Madison says, I can guarantee the scorer will not be running out to the middle. Be the only one. Maybe we should do some comms from out there on the square.
Oh, I think it'd be good. Yeah.
Get the remote microphone set up, Ross. Maybe next year, mate. Get out in the crowd. Get out and amongst it.
Yeah. Amongst the people.
The old roving reporter.
Katherine Fraser to complete her over. And she'll finish with a dot. 136 for 3 after 24. The over producing the wicket, just missing Emma Jones.
Yeah, Katy Levik back into the attack. Good move with 2 new batters at the crease. I like this from Armitage.
Yeah, immediately put them under pressure, make it difficult.
4 overs, none for 14 so far for Levik. 18 dots in that so far. Davidson Richards drives this down to long off for a single. Can we go down the ADR route on comms? It's so much easier than...
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Are we going with it?
Yeah. I think it's quite commonly known that I think you can go with it.
I'm in. Anything for a shortcut.
I did try with Surrey's Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Her name's actually Matilda,
Yeah.
so initials are MCC. So I tried that, didn't stick, unfortunately. Because again, that's quite a long name.
Yeah, I remember doing a Diamonds game up here last year and she bowled really, really nicely there. Very impressed. She's only young, isn't she, as well?
Yeah, just turned 18.
Yeah, crazy. Square cut from Chatley. Should pick up a couple. Gets her innings underway.
139 for 3.
Finds the same gap. And we'll pick up a comfortable single. Oh, little misfield. Is that Bess Heath? It is Bess Heath out there. So from being right in the action to thinking, I'll just have a little graze in the outfield. She's had to field back-to-back balls. It often happens. Cricket balls are cruel. They find a way to get to you. Good effort from Armitage. But a knock on. And ADR gets through for a single. So a tidy over. 141 now for 3. Durham will try and keep a lid on this partnership.
Yeah, a couple more wickets and things could really shift. You've got Jemima Spence coming in next, who this would technically be her first game for Surrey, although she was involved. I say involved. She didn't bat or wicket keep or anything in the rained off game against Essex midweek. Kalia Morgan hit a few runs. Phoebe Franklin. I've seen Alexa Stonehouse give it a bash. As Fraser's back into the attack. Driven nicely by ADR, just for the single. Fraser into her 4th over now. So they've got depth, it'll be fair to say. Tries to reverse sweep, and it's heading towards the boundary. It will be cut off by Katy Levik. There wasn't tons of power on the ball or anything, but creative from Kira Chatley.
So close to the off stump. I think Mia Rogers just anticipating, trying to get a catch off the reverse sweep.
Fraser again. This one just dabbled into the offside for no run. Kira Chatley, a star of the 100, the 6th top run scorer. Chatley awaits and has a big swing. But this is good from Fraser.
A few dark clouds just starting to roll into the area.
Worked into the leg side. Slight hesitancy, but they'll get through for the one comfortably. Yeah, it is starting to look a bit dark. Obviously, we are looking through tinted windows as well, so it does
Very
always
true.
look a lot darker and ominous. But yeah, we can see blue skies by the castle, and then to our left, dark clouds. As that's been played straight back to Fraser, who kind of tumbles to the ground.
Oh, we've got all the modern perks in here. Tinted windows, absolutely.
$145 for 3 after 26.
Important double breakthrough there for Durham just to get rid of Monaghan and Jones, who will be kicking themselves, you would have thought. 45 and 47 respectively. Both looked in absolute control. Both falling to Katherine Fraser. Just 2 for 22. Mr. Richie Benno opportunity there. From 4 overs. Trudy Johnson with the other wicket. Levik tossing that one up. Ollie Armitage scrambling across to her right. Gets a little assist to Trudy Johnson. Width and absolutely nailed through the offside. Work for Bess Heath, who will not get there. Crunched that one from Chatley. And away for a 4.
Yeah, tough chance for Heath to cut off. It was played so nicely.
Another late cut. This one straight to Phoebe Turner. No run. It's bottom edge and taken nicely by Mia Rogers. And Levik gets a breakthrough. Just as this partnership had started to develop. Durham pick up another wicket and Chatley goes. Caught by Rogers. Off the bowling of Levik for 8. 149 for 4. Sorry, Paul.
It's good. Well deserved from Katy Levik. She's grafted hard. She had those 2 maiden overs. Had an expensive over, but deserved to pick up a wicket. And good from Mia Rogers as well, who obviously wasn't expecting to keep today, but has started well.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Really good piece of work from Rogers.
And again, in the balance of the game, important for Durham as they look to just restrict that total as much as possible. Surrey started so well. Smith got 30, Monaghan 45, yep. Jones 47, but actually most of the wickets, so Monaghan falling in the 22nd, Jones in the 24th, and now Chatley. They've all been in relatively quick succession, so limiting that damage as Jemima Spence comes to the crease to bat for the first time for Surrey in the pro era. She unfortunately did her ACL about 2 years ago or so,
really?
And has taken time to come back, was involved with England under 19 and then had a little loan spell at Kent, but is back and raring to go.
Exciting day for her. Durham have done well here. That big partnership for the second wicket between Jones and Monaghan looked really threatening. They've picked up 3 wickets now in quick succession. As Spence gets off the mark, second ball. That'll be a good feeling for her. Probably a lot of trepidation not getting to have a bat the other day. And that brings up the Surrey 150. They finished the 27th over on 150 for 4. Levik successful in that over, picking up Chatley, caught behind by Mia Rogers for 8.
Yeah, good opportunity for Jemima Spence as well. She's got plenty of time and there are already runs on the board. It's just an opportunity to get some runs out there.
Just going to leave you for this over. I'm going to go and grab a drink of water, I think. Would you like one?
I'm all good, thank you.
You good?
Yeah, I've got my water all prepared. Maddie Villiers back into the attack from the Lumley end for Durham. Jemima Spence awaiting. Just one driven down the ground for no run. The score 150 for 4. Spence 1 from 3. Davidson Richards 8 from 9. Villiers again. This one scooped by Spence. A lovely shot. It's heading towards the boundary. It's holding up in the field. Will be cut off by Trudy Johnson. But that's brilliant running between the pair. They will come back for 3 in the end. But creative from Spence. Just some early signs of what she can do. As mentioned, was part of England's squad at the Under-19 World Cup, as this one's lofted up and driven by ADR. Just for a single. Scored 37 not out against Ireland, 29 against New Zealand. This one worked into the leg side by Spence for no run. Also had some opportunities behind the stumps in the game against Ireland and the game against India. Villiers got her hands on head. It's heading towards the boundary. Will it be stopped by Phoebe Turner? There's a great attempt. And I think may have just been cut off. It's the boundary right in front of us. That was good work from Turner, who had to make up a lot of ground to get there. Defended by Davidson Richards. And that will wrap up the over. 157 for 4. Spence on 7 from 6 and Davidson Richards 9 from 11. It looks like it will be Grace Thompson who will be bowling from the Finkel end. So far 6 overs for 32 runs, no wickets. Takes a few jumps at the top of her mark. Spence to face under-19 teammate. That's whipped off the hip into the leg side. Will just be 1. Emily Windsor coming in from the boundary to do the fielding. $158 for 4. Thompson in. Slight edge and it's whipped away. Down to third, but will be fielded in front of the boundary. £159 for 4. Thompson at the top of her mark, running in past the umpire. Spence opts to just dig it out and defend. Good delivery from Thompson. A pair who have probably faced each other quite a lot in the nets over many training camps at Loughborough University, where the under-19s did their preparations last winter, October, November time. Lots of weekend camps. Spence works this into the leg side. We'll just get 1. 160 for 4. England reaching the semi-final of that competition. Having the inaugural year reach the final against India. Beating Australia in the semi-final, which I'm sure won't be forgotten for a very long time. Thompson in again, ADR on strike. Drives it straight to Holly Armitage for no run.
What did I miss?
Nothing much. Just me yapping away to myself.
So sorry.
Like a mad woman.
Hey.
£160 for 4. Finishes the over with a single. So a decent over from Grace Thompson. The score 161 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of control here for Durham, which is nice. Sorry. That partnership for the second wicket put Durham in real danger, but those 3 wickets. Just trying to have a look at Holly Armitage's signalling and all sorts going on.
Tell you what you did miss. Jemima Spence went for the scoop. Got close to a boundary, did hold up in the field, and Trudy Johnson managed to prevent the boundary.
I did hear a big round of applause as I went up for a bottle of water. There was none left in the fridge. So then I've had to run across to the football ground to be robbed from the vending machine. I've just paid £2.90 for a drink.
Oof.
I know.
Yes, that's not good crap.
That hurts. I mean, it is lemon Fanta, so there is a kind of a softening to that blow, but I'm going to have to really enjoy that lemon Fanta for £2.90.
It doesn't taste as good in England.
No,
if you're
it
on
doesn't.
holiday in Spain, it tastes completely different, as this was played back down the ground by Alice Davidson-Richards.
I think everybody would agree with that.
Yeah. Bottle of lemon Fanta and some crisps, so probably Lay's brand, and if you're in Europe, just perfect. Oh, I want summer back already.
Yeah.
Villiers in again, and Spence going send it for 4.
Creating her own sunshine with a reverse sweep. That was a beautiful shot. Did you say she's a wicket keeper?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can tell, can't you? Like batters, the way certain batters, the little horrible wicket keepers hit the ball in funny areas, and that was a glorious shot.
Because it wasn't even quite a reverse sweep. She was up quite high, as this one's just been defended. But yeah, very creative. And I know what you mean about noticing it, particularly from wicket keepers. 166 for 4. Strong shot from Spence.
See, that's how desperate I was for a drink. I know that, in fact, the scorers have bottles of water in their room. I could have gone and And I've just been called a donkey from the scorer for not going along to their room. Fair play, fair comment. And it's cost me £2.90.
Once again, kind of cross-batted from Spence for no run.
Although it is lemon Fanta and not water, which is, one small mercy.
£166 for 4. Spence still on strike. Slight nudge and we'll scamper 3 for 1.
It's a good run, that. I like that. Good call, ADR. Good heads-up cricket. Just keeps that scoreboard moving along, doesn't it? Pick up a boundary in the over, a couple of singles. And there's 6 without any real risks. It's Victor Main's beautiful sunglasses on display. Perfect timing for that in September, Vic. Speaking to one of the young photographers around the ground. I haven't been called a donkey for a while, Graham. Thank you for that. Been called a lot worse, if I'm honest, but yeah. Grace Thompson continuing. This will be her 8th over. Again, Holly Armitage in deep discussion. Coach Danny Hazel with Rachel Hopkins. A very, very full dugout for Durham. Danny's nicked a biscuit and Kyle Kurtz is saying, where have you getting that from? Good areas from Thompson, driven nicely but straight to mid-off. Trudy Johnson doing the honours. Full toss driven. Johnson does the fielding, shies at the stumps. And again, been a feature of this innings so far. As much as they've hit the boundary, they've run really well between the wickets, Surrey.
Yeah, there've been a couple of 3s, a couple of 2s and plenty of 1s.
It's been a good start from Spence, 15 from 16. Davidson Richards, 12 from 16 now. Just about for the first time. There's a couple of glimpses of blue sky, but almost entirely covered now with various shades of grey cloud. Fallen driven beautifully through the covers. There's no stopping that. Just slightly too full, too wide. And ADR is not going to miss out on that scoring opportunity.
No, that's the quality ADR has. And just raced away. 172 for 4. Alice Davidson Richards moving to 16.
Another really good single. Set off immediately.
Yeah, it's the immediate decision making because it was a good stop by Katherine Fraser. Yes, there was a roll involved, but it was a clean pickup. But they were just so fast that instant set off.
That pattern again, a boundary in the over and a couple of singles without risk. And a dot to finish, but still 6 from that over for Surrey. 173 for 4. 22 boundaries so far in the innings for Surrey. That will be something to keep an eye on as this day progresses. How important will that be in the final wash-up? They've come all around the ground, a really high percentage on the offside, in fact. Trying to have a look. 1, 2, 5. I think 8 of them have come on the leg side. 14 on the offside. That's if Graham Madison's done his work correctly on the wagon wheel.
Good news for Durham, down in Somerset, Warwickshire. They are 6 wickets down, but there's a nice partnership between Nat Wraith and Georgia Davis. They're 133 for 6 now. As Fraser's back into the attack and starts with a dot.
Good experience in that pair, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's looking a lot more optimistic than they were 79 for 6 after 18.4. This one chipped up in the air by Davidson Richards, falls safely in front of the fielders. We'll just get 1. So a bit of a rebuild going on there, and less chance of Somerset's bonus point, which is of course what Durham will be keeping an eye on.
What would Durham need to do? Knock it off within 40 overs or something like that? Is that right, to get a bonus point?
Yes, it's the 40 over mark. Fraser in again, swept by Spence. Will be cut off by Trudy Johnson. They'll take 1 run. There are some technicalities around that, and sometimes
my head hurts enough to start.
Like 40.1 overs, but general rule 40 overs.
Right, we'll go with that.
And you can be pretty much sure that you'll be right. This one straight to Maddie Villiers for no run.
Yeah, you're with Ash Thorpe and Polly Starkey. Polly definitely the brains of the operation.
Fraser in again, straight back down the ground by Davidson Richards, beats the diving Katherine Fraser to try and field her own bowling.
Oh, she's got that right in the shin as well. Shouldn't laugh, but I want to.
176 for 4. Spencer waits and defends this, gets low to the ball. And that will wrap up the over. 176 for 4, so just 3 conceded. A better over from Durham.
Katy Levik back in. Is that Lizzie Scott running around?
Yeah, it's Lizzie
nice.
Scott.
I haven't seen much of her on the field, unfortunately, this year. A few injuries have kept her this side of the rope. You can see her right on the bottom right of your screen, she's heading round to the nets. I think Sophia Turner's gone for a bit of practice. Not for the first time, Holly Armitage in discussion with somebody today. Is the wind really starting to pick up here? Just about complete cloud in the sky. Good use of the feet, nicely driven down to long on by ADR. Sure, we'll see something a little bit more funky from Spence.
Yeah, looking at the weather map, there is supposed to be some rain due around now.
It feels rain. I'm not sure if there's rain in the air now. We'll have to get Ross. Yeah, there is, yeah. It looks it. Confirmed with our cameraman Stevie up on the roof. He's a bit closer than everybody else. Beautiful.
In fact,
just see a few raindrops coming through there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can see umbrellas going up, hoods being put on, and the ground staff are merging.
I don't think we'll be, if this continues, I'm not sure we'll be on the field for much longer. Starting to get a little bit heavier out there. Nicely driven down the ground. The umpires are looking at each other, and in fact I can see the square leg umpire who's just wandering in and going, not before we get an overthrow there. That's so unfortunate, that Maddie Villiers trying to get across. And we are going off for rain. I am not surprised. The weather, you could just feel the weather starting to turn. And the skies and the winds. It is autumn. It is the northeast of England. And we will be off for rain. Surrey in a really strong position. 180 for 4. 33rd over. Just starting to establish another partnership. Davidson Richards 21 not out. Spence 17 not out. And unfortunately, the covers are coming on. And it won't be long, I don't think, until the big sheets are on. Although there is plenty of wind around, and hopefully this wind does look like a pretty isolated pocket there on the radar. It should blow through. Should be back with some more play shortly. We'll leave you with the live shot. Polly and I are going to go and rest our vocals, and we'll leave you with the camera work of Stevie and Ross, but we'll be back as soon as we have any news of an update or any news of play starting. Well, good news. We're going to have some play. So rain has stopped around 10 minutes ago. The ground staff have done brilliantly to get the covers off. And the umpires deemed the ground fit to get play started absolutely immediately. So, as you can see, the Durham girls having a chat and, well, running between a pole and then getting ready to go back out there and get amongst it. Surrey are going to resume on 180 for 4. We don't think at the moment we've lost any overs. We'll get that confirmed. But we believe that the cut-off for losing overs was 5 minutes past 1. So we're within that cut-off time. So I think Surrey will still have their full 50 overs to bat. We've got Spence and Davidson Richards returning. They were just starting to get flowing, Polly, in that partnership. Brief partnership, but where are we? 31 at the moment.
Yeah, potentially the rain actually quite beneficial for Durham, just in disrupting that partnership, just as kind of a drinks break can do. They've been off for, as we say, almost half an hour.
Yeah.
So it's almost like starting afresh. And you've had that time. So 180 for 4. Alice Davidson Richards 22 from 25 and Jemima Spence 17 from 20. Katy Levik was mid-over.
Couple of balls remaining for her. She's bowled well so far today. Picking up 1 wicket for 28 so far. Holly Armitage does well, diving away, getting a good hand to that one. Probably saving at least 1 run. But ADR's use of her feet has been a real feature of her innings so far to the spin. Bring Spence on strike, 181 for 4. And it will remain at 181 for 4 after 33 overs. Katy Levik now 7 overs completed, 1 for 29.
Katherine Fraser is going to be back into the attack for Durham. So far has bowled 5, taken 2 for 25. First off the wicket of Alice Monaghan for 45 and then bowled Emma Jones for 47. So it's been the pick of the bowlers so far today. Also can bring you news that Warwickshire are 175 all out, which is a bit concerning. Fraser in, and that's driven by ADR for a single. Yes.
So it keeps everything kind of in the mix, that, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. I suspect Somerset will get 176 quite quickly. Fraser in again and no run on offer. Yeah, and according to my maths and the maths of Sid Egan of the Cricket Her Weekly, Durham would need the bonus. Sorry, Somerset even. This one's worked into the leg side for 1 run. Somerset would need a bonus point win and Durham no bonus. So yeah, it looks unlikely that Somerset will do anything. Alice Davidson Richard defends.
I guess all Durham can do from their point of view is just concentrate on the here and now, as
Exactly.
Surrey will be thinking exactly the same.
Just both teams trying to get the win as this one's been dragged down. They're
Can you get rid of
scampering
it?
through for 1. There was a shy at the stumps, but didn't hit. Again, good running from the Surrey batters, who have been quick between the wickets. Yeah, Durham and Surrey will just be focusing on trying to find a win. Not too concerned about Somerset, as straight down the ground from Spence will be cut off by Grace Thompson. And that will bring about the end of the over. 185 for 4 after 34.
Just to see where Armitage goes here, whether she saves the 3 from Levik, and I think she's going to do that by bringing Trudy Johnson into the attack. Good time to bring the youngster in with that rain delay. The 2 batters just trying to re-establish themselves at the crease. Maybe sneak through a couple of overs without a lot of damage, but Surrey in a pretty strong position here. 185 for 4. First up from Johnson, tucked away into the leg side by Spence.
$186 for 4.
Bathed in sunshine now at the Banks Homes Riverside, but there are showers forecast throughout the rest of the afternoon, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of conditions we have later, not just with weather but with regards to the playing conditions. With at the moment we don't have Duckworth Lewis Stern in play, managed to get restarted within the half an hour, so the full 100 overs at the moment still on the table. Width driven square of the wicket, and that will run away for 4. A good test for the outfield here. That ball winning comfortably. This outfield still absolutely lightning. Just keeping my eye. The Victor Main and Barry just having a wander round. Just keep my eye on them. They're no doubt keeping an eye on the weather behind us. The weather is coming from directly behind us, so we don't have the best view of the clouds that are about to hit the riverside. But they are heading around towards the track deck ominously. Or was that an edge? Was that an edge? Indeed it was. No signal from the umpire. That is a chance that's gone begging for Durham. Might have just died just before Rogers, in fact. Who I'm assuming still has the gloves. Indeed she does. There's Bess Heath doing the fielding there. Totally forgot about that. There's been all sorts of comings and goings from the field of play. So Bess Heath started off the innings with the gloves and has managed to tweak her ankle, but is now fielding out in the deep. And we believe that Phoebe Turner is also off the field. Abby Glenn on as a substitute. So that'll definitely impact Holly Armitage in the way that she was rotating her bowlers around, trying to fulfill those 50 overs. So she's going to have to get 10 overs between Phoebe Turner, who has bowled so far just 3 overs. So I guess between the 6 bowler, Katherine Fraser's bowled 6 so far. So you can almost tick a box there. Maddie Villiers still has 5 left. Katy Levik 3. Trudy Johnson has 4 to go after this. Grace Thompson just the 2 remaining, so still does have options.
Fraser's going to bowl her 7th. Defensive and blocked by ADR.
I think she'll bowl more than just the 7 to make up the 10 with Phoebe Turner. She's been excellent so far today, Fraser.
Yeah, you suspect she'd bowl her full allocation today. And again, a nudge down the ground by ADR. Moving on to 28.
Be a little bit greasy now, the ball, the outfield, there'll be a bit of moisture still around.
Struck in the air by Jemima Spence, and it will go for 4. Another boundary to the Surrey total. And a third for Jemima Spence.
Yeah, she's come in and played nicely. Most of the Surrey batters have, to be honest. Even Chatley started off brightly and then was caught behind off Levik.
Fraser in again. This one blocked by Spence. Spence still on strike. Hoiks this in the air. It should be another boundary, and it will be. A second boundary in the over, and that's the 200 up for Surrey from 35.5 overs.
Yeah, length's so crucial here. That's just a tiny bit full. And Spencer's in no mood to miss out on that.
50-run partnership as well for Alice Davidson-Richards and Jemima Spence. Spence blocking this one. It's actually been Spence who's come in and contributed more to this partnership, which was interesting to see from the figures as the 50 partnership came up.
Yeah, she's 33. Had a run a ball. Hit the ball all around the ground, being very dangerous.
It's encouraging to see from a Surrey perspective, her first proper senior game in the professional era.
It'll be Johnson to continue from the Finkel end. Driven and be a comfortable single, and almost as if Davidson Richards is happy to feed the strike at the moment to Spence, who is really batting nicely. Down to third for another comfortable single. Scoreboard ticking nicely for Surrey, in position to get 300 plus, and that will put some pressure onto this Durham batting lineup. Durham girls will be looking for a strong finish to this innings, knowing that a win should almost take them through to a semi-final burst. Oh, that's full. Might be a no ball. Just having a look at the square leg umpire. Hill Pratt. Who says it was on its way down. It's absolutely fine. Might be just a sign of the greasy ball. Just milking the bowling nicely. 4 singles so far off the first 4 balls of the over.
Yeah, this is better from Durham. I just want to avoid those boundaries because, as we've said, you can get a boundary in a couple of singles, and then that's actually going at quite a healthy run rate.
Cut away. We'll find Bess Heath in the deep. Another single. That's 5 in a row. Lovely picket fence on the scoreboard. $207 now for 4. Rogers just coming up to the stumps, trying to put a different dynamic in here. Good Yorker from Johnson to finish. That will end the over 5 from it. 207 for 4. Spence on 35. Davidson Richards on 31.
Maddie Villiers will be the bowling change from the Lumley end. So far, it's bowled 5. 0 for 29. Villiers starts for the wide. Alice Davidson Richards 31 so far. Chopped away, just the single. Pushed out on the leg side. Villiers in again. Played straight back to her for a dot ball. So wide, 1 and dot this over so far. So some very noisy cars in the background. Spence works us into the leg side and take 1 run.
Maybe some motorbikes, I think.
There's a whole lot of them.
Very loud.
ADR drives this straight down the ground just for a single. Oh, I thought they'd all pass by then. Keep going. Spence now on 36. Once again utilising the leg side. We'll take 1. So just happy to take singles from this over. 212 for 4. Davidson Richards beats the dive of Maddie Villiers. So we'll take the score over. 213 for 4 after 38.
Okay, a couple of cruising overs there. 6 off each over without any real stress for the Surrey batters. Johnson to continue. 3 left for her. It's been interesting to see how she's utilised as well. This might be the end of her spell after this one. Nicely driven, but a lovely bounce for the skipper. Width punched out to Bess Heath, sweeping on the offside for another single. Getting some lovely background there.
Lots of ambience today.
Chopped away into the offside. And they race through for a single. The scoreboard keeps ticking over. There haven't been any boundaries in the last few overs. But singles have definitely been keeping the tins moving. That one's punched away through point. There's some work to do for Heath, who does brilliantly out in the deep. That's excellent work. And Bess Heath fires a good throw back in as well.
The last boundary was in the 36th over.
There's a couple, wasn't there?
Yeah, Jemima Spence hit those 2 fours with
Fraser.
Katherine Fraser.
It's good from Johnson. Driven nicely, and that might just break that sequence without a boundary, and Heath does her best. But that runs away for 4. Lovely shot. Beautiful cover drive.
221 for 4. They couldn't go too long without a boundary, could they?
Yeah, we shouldn't have spoke about it. Maybe we should have just kept that one under the radar, but there's nothing you can do to stop that. It was a beautiful cover drive.
Spence on 38. Alice Davidson Richards 41 from 44. So they're both around a runner ball. You can see Sophia Turner and Lizzie Scott returning from the nets.
Yeah, right at the bottom of your screen. Academy Director Rachel Hopkins with them.
Maddie Villiers back into the attack. We'll start nicely with a dot ball.
Just starting to get a little bit gloomy again.
Spence looks to reverse and does send it. In fact, it's not even very straight. I'm not quite sure how she achieved that angle.
Yeah, I think that missed a lot there, Polly. I think it was a bye. Again, Mia Rogers anticipating the reverse sweep. Oh, more motorbikes for you.
Villiers in again. Slashed away by Davidson Richards. We'll just get the one with the fielders, 2 fielders out on the boundary. 2-2-3 for 4. Spence has to defend right into the ground there to dig it out. Villiers continuing her over. There's a shout.
Not a great follow through though.
No.
I'm saying that Maddie's not the tallest, so umpire Pratt could probably see over the top of her head. But not a great follow through and appeal in front of the umpire.
In fact, the umpire just walked away. Having none of it.
Just trying to protect that reverse sweep, aren't they?
Spence guiding this one out straight to point where. Is that Emily Windsor?
That's Trudy
Trudy
Johnson. Yeah, got the same blonde
Yeah, I
ponytail,
was
haven't they?
Trying to differentiate. Yeah, I can see Emily Windsor running in from the boundary.
I think we're getting some miles in Grace Thompson and Emily Windsor. Sweeping from one side to the other, one from long on to long on, one from kind of deep square to deep square. You can just see those clouds right on the left of your screen starting to build up. Eerie, funny looking cloud right above us. Almost like you could expect a big UFO or something just to slide out, a bit like Independence Day. Katy Levik back into the attack. 3 overs left for her. Starts off with a familiar dot for her. This one's chipped back over her head, and Grace Thompson gets up, does well, but unable to grab onto the chance. Feeling very straight at mid-on.
If anyone was going to be able to reach it, it would have been Grace Thompson.
Just looked like she mistimed a jump just a little bit. It was a chance. Davidson Richards as well.
I was going to say, players have fallen in the 40s.
Yeah, indeed. See, you should have put the curse on her there. If you'd have said that, she might, from a Durham point of view, she might have got out. Yeah.
Yeah, Alice Monaghan went for 45. Emma Jones, 47.
Swept away nicely out into the deep. We've got substitute Abby Glenn out on the field. Still out there for Phoebe Turner. See if we can get an update on what's happening with Phoebe Turner.
Two 6 for 4.
Ground staff are out both sides of the ground, so I'm not sure if they feel something coming. And the Surrey batters starting to play a few bigger shots here to Katy Levik. I'm not sure if they feel that there's a bit of rain coming. Just 4 from that Levik over. She's been excellent today. 227 for 4. The umpire's now just having a little look to the sky. It feels like we're going to be engulfed by that fuzzy looking thing at the top left of your screen.
I can't remember which umpire it was, and I can't even remember the game, but there was an umpire I was commentating at the game a couple of weeks ago, and he took his hat off and didn't have any hair on his head, so that's how he felt the rain.
Detector, Polly.
I thought that's quite good.
I can definitely vouch for that.
So that was the decision maker, and then you'd see him put his hat back on and think, oh, okay, it's not raining enough then. Maddie Villiers continues her spell. This is huge from Jemima Spence. It won't make its way to the boundary. It'll plug in the field, but a big reverse shot from Spence, who we've seen her attempt a couple of them. Not the most technical of shots, but she gives it a big hoik.
Good flourish. Didn't quite get it. I thought she'd nailed that at first, and then it did plug. You're absolutely right.
Villiers again. This one wide down the leg side. Yeah, it looked like one of those that could go pretty big.
It's inviting as well, that boundary.
Yeah. 230 for 4. Spence works us into the leg side, flicked off her toes. Just the one run.
I'm hearing from the Durham guys that, I was going to say Tina, Phoebe Turner, nicknamed Tina, is struggling with a groin injury, which is why she's off the ground at the moment.
Davidson Richards really has to take out that one.
Similar to the Jones dismissal, wasn't it? Just rushed
I
through.
heard a clunk and I thought, was that the stumps? But yeah. Beaten by the spin. Jogging through for a single.
She's done that really nicely today. Used her feet and hit strongly down the ground.
$232 for 4. Into the leg side, backward of square. They're going to push for 2. It's going to be tight, but Spence will be back in the end.
That's great running. That I'm not sure Emily Windsor thought that there was 2 on there at first, and Probably a little bit casually fielded that one, but excellent running. Like I said earlier, if you get the weight right, you can get to, and Windsor just coming a few in off the boundary now.
Leg side again from Spence. Windsor coming in to do the fielding. That'll wrap up the over. So after 42, the score 235 for 4. 8 overs remaining.
Levik will continue. She'll probably bowl out. She's got 2 overs remaining. Tucked away into a vacant leg side. Durham happy to give up the single there.
Davidson Richards 45 from 50 and Jemima Spence 47 from 53.
Is that your attempt?
Potentially.
This one's a full toss and hit away out into the deep. That probably will be the disappointing thing from Surrey's point of view. They have batted nicely in this innings so far, but to have 2 players out, 3 players really with good starts, 1 for 30 and 2 in the 40s. They'll be hoping that one, if not both of these players kick on to push Surrey to a big total. Again, chipped in the air out into the leg side. Will pick up a comfortable single.
Yeah, if I really wanted to go in on Surrey, it's substandard. It's not as good as they normally are. This is, Durham.
Rip into them, Paul. Go on. That's cut away nicely timed. I'll pick up at least 1. Heath as well gets around and gets rid of it quickly. That's excellent fielding from somebody who's normally standing behind the stumps. Really good work from Bess Heath.
The thing with Surrey is if you're not a Surrey fan, no one likes them. There's no kind of sympathy or nothing like that. No one likes them. It's the exact
Can't
same
wait for the comments to start coming in on the live stream now.
It's fine. Surrey fans ripping
Saying
into
that,
me.
most of them are from Asia, the comments on there, to be fair.
It's the same as the Southern Vipers during the regional era because they were so dominant.
It's success, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like no one likes the winner and the team who keeps winning unless you're a fan of them. But yeah, Surrey are dominant. Although were beaten in the T20 Knockout Cup final, the County Cup against Lancashire. So not a full cabinet for them this season.
Got a massive smile on your face there, Polly. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you get that impression from. 240 for 4. Spence on 49 from 55. Davidson Richards 47 from 52. Worked into the leg side. And that will be 50 for Jemima Spence. A really significant innings for her personally, coming into this Surrey side.
A little shimmy there as well. I like it.
And scores a half century in her first outing in the Surrey shirt for the professional side.
She's been excellent.
A product of the Surrey Academy as well. Katherine Fraser back into the attack.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant knock. It's allowed ADR just to go about her business serenely at the other end.
A really good partnership between the pair as well. And crucially, Spence getting to that 50, which the other batters haven't been able to. And she
More of
wants to
that.
continue that. Another reverse from Jemima Spence, finding the boundary immediately.
Yeah, nearly put on 100, these two now. Closing in on that milestone between them. After the fall of 3 wickets pretty much in the space of 5 overs.
Spence
Shot.
going aerial this time. It will be 4. Used her feet nicely and just got down to the ball. The 250 up for Surrey.
And the 100 partnership.
They're just looking to really take the game on now.
They've obviously got a few fans in, or their bench is very, very loud. I'm trying to work out which it is.
I don't think Surrey have fans. It's just a very
Oh,
loud
wow.
bench.
Damn. You're going strong
No.
today, Polly.
I think they have fans. I just a lot of because obviously Surrey's a lot around London. A lot of Londoners don't ever leave London. Or a lot of people from Surrey don't really leave Surrey.
Keep digging. Keep
so I think
digging.
this is too far north for them. Katherine Fraser and again swept nicely.
I didn't know you had this in
Making
you,
a push
Polly. I'm
for
really
2.
enjoying it. I wonder what percentage of Surrey fans we've got on the stream at the moment. We've got about 1,500 watching. Mia Kennington's asked how long was it raining for. It rained for about 28 minutes.
That's really nice from
Wow.
Spence. Timed that so well to beat Maddie Villiers. Just found the gap.
It's a big
so
over.
precise. Yeah.
16 from the over.
And Spence now moves on to 64 from 60. So after what feels like she just got her 50,
Look, in that over,
She's
yeah.
piled on 14 more runs. 44 overs gone, 6 remain, 256 for 4, so 16 coming from the over.
Interesting decisions now for Holly Armitage. Katy Levik still has 1 over to go. She has 1 for 38. Grace Thompson has removed the tuba gripping from her arm, and she's going to have a ball from the Finkel end. So I think we're going to see 2 from her, 1 definitely from Levik. Probably see 1 from Villiers. And then you've got the choice of either Trudy Johnson or Katherine Fraser. And this is pulled away out into the leg side. I'll think of a second and settle for the single. Good bit of fielding out in the deep. ADL moves on to 49 now. It's been a brilliant partnership between these two. $108 it currently stands at. Oh my goodness, more of that. The reverse off the seamer, and it goes all the way. I didn't think initially that she got enough to get down to the boundary, but it runs away for 4 more. Having got to a 50, Spence is in a hurry.
She's just absolutely accelerated. And yeah, I didn't think that would make it all the way. You had, I think, Katy Levik and Katherine Fraser going at full pelt after it, but Jemima Spence knows best.
Good Yorker, good comeback from Thompson. Gloomy again here. And dragged on. Ends an excellent innings from Spence. Good follow-up from Grace Thompson. deserves that wicket today. And Spence goes for 68, bowled by Grace Thompson from just 63 balls with 8 fours. Really, really nice innings that from Spence as she goes. Leaves Davidson Richardson the not out batter, but Surrey in a really strong position at the fall of that wicket.
Jemima Spence, bowled by her under-19 teammate, but what an important innings and what a special innings for her. Her first in a professional Surrey shirt as a childhood Surrey player, and I guess technically on debut.
Yeah,
it's a weird one when she's.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, her
It'll
first
feel
innings.
like her debut,
Her first innings, and she's produced one just like that. It's a way to announce herself. Brings Phoebe Franklin to the crease. He's been promoted ahead of Kalia Moore.
That'd be a really nice feeling that for Spence, like you said. She's had a bit of knee trouble and probably questioned herself whether she was ever going to make it and get that opportunity. But she's got an opportunity today and grabbed it with both hands. Been a superb innings. That 68 for her. It'll be Thompson in again. Another full delivery. She's just pushed to mid-off. Franklin, as you said, the new batter to the crease. 261 for 5. Sorry. And Franklin will get off the mark with a little push out into the covers. He comes in like a rocket off the boundary to do the fielding. Franklin will keep the strike. Surrey will end over number 45. 262 for 5. 5 overs remaining. Surrey will be looking at the 310 to 315 mark. I think they'll be pretty happy with their day's work so far.
Yeah, definitely. They're in the more comfortable position, and they obviously know that a win gets them through. So,
I don't know if there's a bit of rain again in the
I think I can see rain. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with the clouds we've got above.
We'll get Ross to ask Stevie, who's up, our cameraman on the roof up in the gods, if we've got a little bit of rain in the air. Yeah, God, these 50-year-old eyes still work.
Maddie Villiers back from the Lumley end. And it'll start by conceding a boundary. Phoebe Franklin.
It's a hell of a shot.
Every batter in this side can find the boundary with ease. She's probably the third player to score a boundary in the first couple of balls she's faced. Villiers again. Franklin hesitates but times this one nicely. It will be just about, in fact, it's going over the rope. I thought Armitage had got to that in time. But as she tries to send it over the rope, she also rolls over with it.
It's the second one, isn't it? Holly's had a bit of a teaser out there to the Duffer Bet stand.
Katherine Franklin, it wasn't a big shot. It was, there wasn't much behind it, but enough to get it over the rope and pierce the gap. In fact, they're adding an extra fielder inside the ring on the offside. There's a shout from Villiers and it's given.
Despite a follow-through again being right in front of the umpire Pratt being over the 6-foot mark, has been able to peer across and over the top of Maddie Villiers to make that decision.
So Phoebe Franklin goes for 9. Although did manage to find 2 boundaries in her brief appearance in the middle. Phoebe Franklin out LBW to Maddie Villiers. So
she's probably done a job there for the team. She's only been in for a few balls. She's had a couple of boundaries. You know, unfortunately she's lost a wicket, but she's done a good job for the team. Kept that scoreboard moving towards 300.
Exactly. They're already at a competitive total of 270. So the more runs they can add, it's just a bonus. The
good thing from Durham's point of view is they'll have watched the couple of boundaries that have happened in that over There haven't been massive shots, they've just been really nicely timed shots that have run away for 4. So I'll be thinking there, if we can get a couple of batters in, they'll need to have a 100 partnership like we've just seen. And somebody will have to go big. But there definitely runs to be scored out there.
Khalid Moore, the new batter at the crease, and won't get off the mark straight away. 270 for 6. Villiers in, and this almost, it kind of beats the fielder. It went into the hands of Holly Armitage and feathered away towards the boundary. It was stopped.
Would you give her a plus or a minus for that?
I think a minus.
Okay. I really like the harsh side of Polly. It's coming out today.
Leg side from Moore. I think the thing is, I've got high standards for what I expect Holly Armitage to be able to do, and I've seen what she's capable of. She hasn't had the best day in the field today. There have been some good stops, but I think she's going to stop that.
I agree. I'd just like to hear it from you.
273 for 6. Davidson Richards on 49, Moore 3 from 3.
Let's see Katy Levik come and finish her allocation off with her 10th over to be bowled from the Finkel end. It's been a shining light for Durham in a gloomy day. 1 for 38 from her 9. 4 overs remaining. 273 for 6 Surrey. And Davidson Richards hasn't had much strike recently. She's been on 49 for a little while now, hasn't she? She's been going, come on, give me a crack. Some more plays and misses at this one with a bit of width. The umpires will be keen to finish off the innings. Another dot. Any further rain delay will be a loss of overs. 3 dots. Excellent work from Levik. This is what you need at this time of the innings. From the bowler's point of view, dots of gold dust. As we can see, the rain is now starting to come down a little bit heavier. Moore will pick up a single. I think they will try and get through the last few overs. But yeah, some naughty clouds away to the offside. As Davidson Richards drives, and Armitage might have heard you there. That was an excellent piece of fielding, but that single will bring up 50 for ADR. It's been a lovely innings from her, 55 balls. And she's cruised through, really, hasn't she? She hasn't had to really change gears. She's had some good support along the way. But it's been a classy knock so far from her.
Yeah, if you look, there have only been 3 fours. It's been so much between the wickets.
Oh, is that the first 6? No, it's in the air. And it's caught in the deep. That substitute Abby Glenn out there in the deep. Takes a catch off a full toss. And Katy Levik, probably the worst ball she's bowled today, but she picks up a 2nd wicket and she really deserves it. That ends an excellent spell from her. Surrey lose their 7th wicket. 275 on the board. Katy Levik, Katy finishes with 2 for 40 from her 10.
3 consecutive overs with wickets, which has been good from a Durham perspective. Just looking to prevent the damage at the back end of the innings. I think this would be Alexa Stonehouse coming out to bat for Surrey.
And this could give Durham a little bit of momentum going into the break there. They've probably been thinking themselves that Surrey are looking at the moment at 315, 320. And if they can get rid of ADR, then they might just be able to rattle through the tail of Surrey and keep them under 300, which I think they'll feel that they're still right in this game.
Trudy Johnson will be returning, switching ends back to the Lumley end. She's got 2 overs left. Played down the ground by Alice Davidson Richards. Immediately pushes for 2.
Perfect miss hit, wasn't it? Right into the gap, right weight, get back for an easy 2.
277 for 7.
Yeah, autumn is here in Chesterley Street, I can promise you.
It feels like it's about 4 p.m. instead of lunchtime as this is played back down and is racing away to the boundary for 4.
That's power.
It beats Trudy Johnson, the bowler. It beats the diving Grace Thompson and races all the way to the boundary.
It's getting heavier out there, the rain. The umpire's just having a look at where that's coming from and having a look at each other.
281 for 7. Chipped in the air by Alice Davidson-Richards, and that'll be another boundary. Trying to pile on the runs ahead of the rain.
I think Durham would be happy to go off here, if I'm honest. If I was Holly Armitage, I'd be trying to subtly persuade the umpires that that's best for everybody, that we just leave the arena for now.
Go on, Holly, have another chat with the umpires.
Yeah.
See what they say this time.
Yeah, that hasn't been enough today.
Davidson-Richards keeps the strike. 2 boundaries.
More bold.
Yeah, better from Trudy Johnson.
I think they might have a chat, the umpires, at the end of the over. They're getting a little bit itchy out there.
Yeah, it's coming down quite heavy now.
Yeah, not pleasant conditions these. And I know who is itchy as well. The ground staff will be wanting to get those covers on as quickly as possible.
I mean, they are poised, ready to come on. Johnson in, and this is whipped away. It'll be 4. That's the 3rd boundary of the over. Alice Davidson-Richards boosting up to 64. A similar situation to Jemima Spence. Gets a 50, then suddenly rockets up into the 60s.
It's pouring down out there now.
Oof. 1 ball left of the over. It looks miserable.
Minging is a word that would be used in the northeast.
Trudy Johnson in and slightly mishit by ADR. We'll get 1, and surely they're coming off.
Maybe the Durham players should just run off.
Well, that's
we're not playing in this.
They are running off now as the cover's coming on and umpires removing the stumps.
What I find weird is that you wait till the end of an over or for a wicket to fall before something like that. That was raining there for about 3 or 4 balls. As heavy, but it's starting to really come down now, to be fair, as the covers come onto the ground. Surrey in a really strong position. 290 for 7. ADR 65 not out. And what will happen is, I think that will be the end of the Surrey innings, and we will start losing overs from here. So Durham will have a revised target when we come back with some plays shortly. Well, hopefully shortly, but that rain looks set in. There's some gloomy clouds away to the south and the west where the weather is coming from. I'll just give you a little run through of the scorecard. Smith was the first to go. She was bowled by Trudy Johnson for 30. We then had an excellent partnership between Monaghan and Jones. Monaghan went for 45 off the bowling of Katherine Fraser, and Emma Jones followed soon after for 45 and 47 respectively. When Chatley went for 8, Durham had picked up 3 quick wickets. But then a partnership between Davidson-Richards and Spence really saw Surrey rocket towards the 300 mark. Spence was gone for 68, bowled by Grace Thompson. Then Franklin went to LBW de Villiers. Moore went to Levik. ADR is 65 not out. Surrey will probably close their innings on 290 for 7, and they'll probably get a nice little bump from Duckworth Lewis Stern. But Polly and I will be back when Durham resume their, well, not resume, when they start their run chase, hopefully not too long in the afternoon. Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside. We've had a bit of a lengthy delay there over the lunch break. Durham will start their innings with a hefty task at hand. I'm just going to get the exact score up. Was it 276 required from 41 overs? So at the best part of 7 and over. Stiff task. Things not going Durham's way with the Somerset-Warwickshire fixture either. So we believe at the moment Durham would need a bonus point. In fact, Somerset's
are about to win. They need 2 runs from 23 overs, so they're going to get the bonus point win.
Indeed.
So
it's gone very gloomy again here. So I think we're about to be entertained one way or the other.
we've got Phoebe Franklin opening the bowling for Surrey. Mia Rogers and Emma Marlowe, the batters for Durham. Franklin from the Lumley end gets off the mark straight away with a single into the offside. It feels like a steep run chase. DLS confuses me a lot of the time, and sometimes you look at the score and think that's really generous. Sometimes you think that's really harsh, and I think in this case it does feel a bit harsh. You sense that Surrey in the final 2 overs would have gone above 300 quite
definitely.
Comfortably.
I think they've boosted it up to over 300, haven't they, for the 48.
Worked off the hip into the leg side by Marlowe. They're going to look for a second, but stick with the 1. So 6.7 and over required in this run chase, and we think there could be more rain. So
yeah, there's a bit of moisture already on the outfield. You can see that trying to really dry that ball. So the quicker the Durham batters can get that ball into the outfield, the better.
A wide down the leg side from Franklin. Of course, we'll have to play 10 overs in this innings to constitute a game. And after that, all eyes on DLS. Yes, Somerset have won that game. They've beat
with a bonus
Warwickshire.
point. So worst case scenario, that one for Durham.
Franklin in again and chipped up by Mia Rogers, but
somebody in the covers just fell flat on their face. They could Emma Jones.
Emma Jones. 3 without loss. Another wide, leg side wide from Franklin.
If you were Surrey, would you be hurrying through to make sure you got your 10 overs in?
Yeah, I reckon so. Swing and a miss by Rogers. I saw from Lancashire, I think it was midweek when they had a lot of rain, just spinner after spinner just to try and get through the overs quite quickly. Which I don't think is a bad idea. It's chipped up in the air and caught. It looked like it could be dropped for a second by Alice Monaghan, but holds on to it in the end, and Rogers goes for 1. For looking at it from a DLS perspective as well, of course, wickets have a big impact on that score. So Surrey will be hunting early wickets.
Yeah, a bit of a trudge off there for Mia Rogers. Struck it well. Really nice catch. Like you say, on the juggle from Monaghan. Durham lose their first wicket, just 4 on the board. And that mountain to climb has just got a little bit steeper.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough chase and made slightly more difficult by losing an early wicket. Captain Holly Armitage coming to the crease.
Yeah, definitely need a captain's knock today. She's provided that most of the year, to be fair. She's had a really good season as Durham captain. Thought she did well. Marshalling the bowling changes around today. Hampered with Phoebe Turner being injured.
Second top run scorer in the competition. And yeah, Susie Bates is number 4 still in the rankings. So very impressive from her.
No doubt. Try and track down John. Holly's father will now vigorously start lapping around the ground. Well, it is pretty gloomy out there. It might be quite difficult to spot. Yeah, I think he said 24,000 steps he got in the other day when Holly made 88. That's full toss and driven down the ground beautifully by Emma Marlowe. And that will be the first boundary for Durham. A Stonehouse. Left arm over, opening the bowling for Surrey from the Finkel end. It's a nice start for Marlowe. Bit of swing there, but nicely clipped away off her toes by Emma Marlowe. She'll tap and think of a second, but decide against it. Short side of the ground.
So Durham needing a bonus point win to qualify. Surrey just need a win, which I did not quite imagine Somerset getting that bonus point win, and it was probably one of the most comfortable bonus point wins that I've seen all season, certainly from Somerset.
I think there's a bit of rain in the air again here. Armitage comfortable on the back foot. Ross is a little bit closer to the ground than Steve, so up there on the roof. Got the second half camera duties. I think there is just a little bit of weather coming in. Nice bit of shape, better line and length this time. Settled in nicely off those first couple of balls, Stonehouse. Oh, and this one goes across Armitage, who looks to drive on the up. He's beaten. A little bit of swing. Back into Armitage. Ends over number 2 as the lights come on here. As does the rain start to fall. 9 for 1 Durham.
Franklin in again. Starts with a dot, 9 for 1. So I imagine most eyes will be turning to this game now, with the semi-final place all up for grabs. Marlowe on strike and works that into the leg side. No run available. So a reminder, Surrey just need to win, but Durham will now need a bonus point win, because Somerset have beat Warwickshire with a huge bonus point win. And in fact, Somerset have really helped their net run rate, which also has many other factors involved, as it's been chipped up over the fielders inside the ring and will go for 4. A nice shot by Marlowe down to third.
Yeah, again, a little bit of width. Got her hands through that one, Emma Marlowe. Probably a little bit finer than she was aiming, but much needed boundary for Durham.
Franklin in again, push into the offside, and they're going to capitalise off a slight misfield and get the 1 run. Yeah, in fact, Somerset's net run rate is now better than Durham's. I mean, it's marginal,
Yeah.
but it's still better. Durham 14 for 1. Armitage taps a bat. Driven straight back to Franklin. Push into the offside, but really well stopped. Emma Jones just made a bit of a meal out of it in the end, scrambling over the ball to stop it. So 14 for 1 after 3. Emma Marlowe 11 from 7, and Holly Armitage yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, all to do, Durham. You can see the lights are on. Gloomy skies here in Chesley Street.
That is a gloomy picture.
Yeah, rain in the air.
Oh, it's
Autumn's
coming
here.
down.
The cricket season's just about done.
Yeah, flying down a bit.
Rain getting heavier now. Stonehouse comes in as cut, but won't beat point.
Yeah, they're coming off.
Yeah, unfortunately, play will have to stop here. Durham 14 for 1 in, well, the very start of the 4th over. As you can see, the cover's coming on. Durham all to do. And we'll be back with any potential news or updates, or hopefully when play resumes. Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside, where Durham require 225 for victory from 29 overs. So requiring another 211 to win from the best part of 26 overs. So tough going, tough ask. The power play is now 6 overs as well. So Durham's mountains are becoming steeper and steeper. We're back 10 overs. Reminder is all that is required for a result, and I'm sure that Surrey will be racing through to try and get that result in and ensure a comfortable passage through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, if we do end up getting rained off, Surrey still will go through just about.
Yeah, it could be fascinating how Durham attack this, so we could be in for some entertainment. Because really, nothing to lose here for Durham. Surrey pretty much will feel that, barring a miracle, that they're already through as well. Still some swing there from Stonehouse. I like what I see from Stonehouse. Left arm, always a point of difference, especially if you can get that ball to shape back into the right-hander.
Apparently, according to Sid Egan of the Cricket Her Weekly, which is always a reliable source,
What you got for us?
because of Durham's target being adjusted, they just need to win and will automatically get a bonus point.
Oh, simple as that.
Yeah, it's on.
Game on as Armitage gets a single. Oh, it's as easy as that.
Yeah, I mean, he caveats that by saying this could be wrong, but he has
No.
an amazing computer that
We're taking
can
that
work
as
out
gospel.
stuff. Exactly. So, yeah, apparently Durham just
There
need
you
a
go.
win. So maybe Surrey will be keen for it to be rained off, because then they will go through.
Indeed. Oh, again, really good shape. Targeting the stumps from Stonehouse. There's just so much to like about this Surrey outfit. Including their actual outfit, which I'm a big fan of. I do like their kits. Driven nicely, but won't beat mid-wicket. That ends over number 4. Durham 16 for 1. Requiring a further 209 for victory from 25 overs.
It's quite a big ask for Durham. They're going to need to go at over 8 and over if they are going to be victorious. We've got Kira Chatley wicket keeping for Surrey today. Jemima Spence also a
They've got options, haven't
capable
they?
keeper, yeah. Tilly Courtine-Coleman is the bowling change for Surrey.
Might have heard us trying to get through these 10 overs to make sure that they get... What's Duckworth Lewis saying on the
It says
scoreboard?
37. Yeah, so Durham quite far behind that, 20 runs behind. Courtine-Coleman, another player involved in the Under-19 World Cup. The attack again, and played just back behind it for a single. Holly Armitage 2 from 8. As a shout from Courtine-Coleman, but the umpire's not interested. Ahead of the season, I interviewed Tilly Courtine-Coleman and also Tash Farron, and realised I was basically wearing Surrey colours the entire time.
And how did that
As
make
this
you
was
feel?
Quite uncomfortable actually. I didn't realise. Went down to the Oval. I was wearing light blue jeans, a white top, and like a brown and white. I don't know how to describe it. Kind of like vest jumper sort of situation.
Had all bases covered, all the Surrey colours.
Yeah, as Courtney-Coleman's in again. This one worked into the leg side. A scamper 3 for 1. And it was actually Tash Farron who was like, "Oh, I like your outfit." She's like, "Oh, they're Surrey colours." I was like, completely unintentional.
Yeah.
It's true. Just like the outfit.
Or bold.
Yeah, good from Courtney-Coleman. She's had a decent summer. Her second season in senior cricket. She's just 18. Had a good 100 as well. 4 for 13 against the Trent Rockets. It wasn't too bad at all. Durham 19 for 1.
Yeah, I'm sure she bowled really well up here last year when I watched a Northern Diamonds game. Really impressed with the youngster. Left arm spin. And again, you're looking steps ahead and you could see an England future for her as well. It's going to be Stonehouse to continue. Very economical so far. Just the 7 runs from her 2 overs. Last over the power play. Armitage is down the pitch and finds a gap, luckily in the air, not timed. Outstanding effort.
Yeah, Kalia Moore looks a little bit winded, a little bit sore after that. Cause
yeah, it was right.
I mean,
on the
it was a
wicket end.
leap in the air.
It was a leap as well. Not a graceful landing, but it was a leap.
Full commitment.
Absolutely.
20 for 1.
Swing back in, and Marlowe deals with that as she clips it over mid-on. And that runs away to the rope for 4, and a much-needed boundary for Durham.
Yeah, Durham need to be firing. That run rate is over 8.5 and over. Required run rate. And their current run rate about 4.5. So if they want to win and want to progress, they need to get a bit of a move on. And I'm sure they'll know that. But it's about how they go about executing that, and they still require just over 200 runs. So they can't be too reckless.
Nice clip off the hip. Out into the leg side. She'll get another single. Emma Marlowe.
Durham 25 for 1.
Armitage gives herself a little bit of room and smacks that one through the covers. It's half stopped. There'll be at least 2, and then we'll settle for the second. Be a little bit greasy just there on the edge of the square. That fielding effort definitely saved 2 runs.
Yeah, good work from Jemima Spence. Got her spike a bit caught. And yeah, a bit slippy out there.
Eight so far from the over. Armitage again giving himself a little bit of room. Not afraid to show her stumps. Times that one beautifully, but can't beat the field. Change in the field. Just noticing that Armitage is trying to give herself a bit of room, putting the sweeper out on the offside. Bowling it as straight as possible. It's whipped away into the leg side. It will be a single. And that ends the over 9 from it. Durham at 28 for 1.
A better over from Durham, and one they'll need to keep up with and stay at that rate. Coleman is going to continue from the Lumley end. And that's the end of the power play.
Yeah.
The power play limited to 6 overs. Armitage on strike and drives this down the ground. Just for a single.
Both teams will be just keeping an eye on Duckworth Lewis Stern as well.
Yeah, it's on 47 at the moment, so ahead of where Durham are.
Shot.
Really, really nice from Emma Marlowe. Just leaned into that one and then found the boundary.
Beautiful strike, using her feet, getting to the pitch of the ball. Absolutely nailing that through the covers for 4.
.33 for 1.
There we go.
Coleman in again, worked into the leg side. I'll go through for 1. Can't find a second.
So just hearing from the club that Durham need to knock this off in 23.1 overs to get the bonus point. So that
marvellous.
Yeah. Got them just where we want them.
Mm-hmm. Armitage chips it over the head of Marlowe at the non-striker's end. We'll get 1. Seven from the over so far. Worked into the leg side by Marlowe. We'll take 1, so 8 from the over in the end. In fact, it's not the end of the over. I can't count. You know when you look
it's been a long season,
there
Paul.
are a lot of ones,
There is.
and they all kind of just blended into one.
No, I feel your pain.
So I couldn't count. Final ball of the over. Swept by Armitage. She'll get 1. They'll consider a second, but they won't take it. So 9 from the over in the end. 37 for 1.
Yeah. Duckworth Lewis Stern saying 51. Lovely aerial shot. Banks Homes Riverside. Blue sky away towards Lumley Castle. Lots more dirty clouds away over towards the west.
Yeah, it is quite gloomy. You can see the contrast on the wide
Yeah.
angle.
Do have a change. And the bowling Monaghan coming into the attack. Batted really nicely. Scored 45. And got Surrey off to an excellent start. Partnerships with Smith and Jones. It's a full tosser and it is belted for 4. Couple of bouncers, skims across the outfield and into the LNER stand for 4.
Absolutely slapped away by Holly Armitage. She knows she needs to get a bit of a move on.
pulled away on the hip. This one's 2 bouncers and away for 4. Armitage on the charge.
I think Armitage has been told the message about when they need to get the bonus point by and when they need to get it wrapped up. Because that is back-to-back boundaries. 45 for 1. That run rate just creeping up to meet the required run rate.
Oh, short and wide now, but she'd be disappointed. Actually just kept moving away from her there. She tried to belt that one over the covers.
Yeah, you could see what Armitage was trying to do. It just didn't come off in the end.
It's actually a pretty cool situation to bat in. You know you've literally got full license here. You can play your shots, really express yourself. Pulled away. Gets to mid-on. Good running.
Yeah, you're right. A long winter ahead, and you want to finish it on a high, even if you lose. Actually, going out, putting a decent performance in, giving it a whack, and seeing what you can do. Why not? I mean, the chances of them qualifying are really slim, and they'll be so aware of that, and they will have known that they needed to win earlier in the week and putting better performances earlier in the season. But it's just an opportunity, really, now to see what they can do against Surrey in this unique situation.
Marlowe launches into a drive and gets a thick outside edge. That will go down to third for another single. So 10 off this over so far. 1 ball left in the 8th over. And you can see both batters now full of intent. Playing to miss the finish. So 10 from that over. 47 for 1. 8 overs done. Durham require a further 178 from 21 overs to win this game. But in reality, needed off about 15 overs if they were to get that bonus point.
Yeah, a big task for Durham, and of course Surrey very keen to stay in control and secure qualification. With the weather about, Kalia Moore is coming into the attack. Some more spin from the Lumley end. 8 overs gone, 21 remain in this reduced overs match. More in, and Marlowe beaten by the spin. Good start from Kalia Moore. 2 dots in a row. Rare in this scenario.
Big smile on her face, trying to rush through the overs. Holly Armitage, just a little word there for Emma Marlowe. Trying to take the sting out of the over.
Tries to have a swing at it, but won't connect. So 3 dots now for Kalia Moore. Moore in. Worked into the leg side by Marlowe. We'll just take 1. There has been another difference between Durham and Surrey. Surrey did take more opportunities in terms of running between the wickets and pushing for 2s and turning 1s into 2s, turning 2s into 3s. Whereas there's been a bit less of that from Durham. It would have been early days, of course, in a 50-over game, but when you've only got 29 overs, as it kind of scampers away.
Must have been listening to you. Rush through for a single. Yeah, they did run really well. hit the gaps. There's a lot of overs, wasn't there, where there was a boundary and a couple of singles or a two. Just kept that run rate and scoreboard pressure back onto Durham.
Marlowe hoiks us in the air, will fall safely. Just go for the single. No intention at all of a second. It would have been a risky second, but it's more... There wasn't even any hesitancy about going for it. The 50 up, though, for Durham. After 9 overs. Marlowe on 27 from 25. Armitage 19 from 24. DLS is 62 at the moment. And one more over to constitute a game. Just 3 from that previous over. But they'll continue with the spin. Bryony Smith being the bowling change for Surrey.
Yeah, I've got all the cards in their favour at the moment, haven't they? They could play around with the game, manipulate it how really they see fit, knowing now that at the end of this over, that constitutes a completed game. Go back to Courtine Coleman. That's driven back at her, and she juggles once, she juggles twice, and unable to hang on to that one. That was fiercely hit by Marlowe, but she gets a life.
Yeah, it should have been taken and, as you say, given a life, really.
Really nice batting. Gives herself a little bit of room. Opens up the offside. And she'll pick up a couple. Emma Marlowe. Twos are nice, but boundaries are required here for Durham. Attempted slow sweep. We're playing a miss. Nicely into the leg side. That will just be a single.
Yeah, I thought Smith was going to have a bowl, but clearly she was just swapping Courtine Coleman from the Lumley end to the Finkerland. But I'm sure we will see Smith bowl at some point.
Yeah, she might want to bowl to the bigger boundary. Armitage crunches that one out into the deep, but finds the fielder. This is really good. And that's a 50 partnership up between this pair, Marlowe and Armitage. It's a ripple of applause, shall we say, from the crowd. I think the crowd understanding the context of the game here. Marlowe walks across the stumps. This could be a run out here. Marlowe does well to scramble and get in, as she was a little bit late to set off. Don't pick up a leg by and keep that scoreboard moving. Might just have a word with the skipper here, or the other way around. At the end of the over, 55 for 1 after 10. And Polly, if we are rained off now, we have a result.
Indeed. So DLS is 68, so Surrey would win. .55 for 1, Marlowe 30 from 30 and Armitage 20 from 25. It's going to be Kalia Moore continuing, coming from the Lumley end. Emma Marlowe on strike and pushes that out into the offside. Good stop inside the ring. Jemima Spence.
It's a wild throw.
Yeah, bit wayward, and I'll just take the 1 run. Moore conceded just 2 from her first over. Armitage rocks back and pulls this away. Will just be a single in the end. 57 for 1. Still significantly behind that required run rate, which is now up to 9. Marlowe's bowled. Kalia Moore is the breakthrough and sends the off stump flying out of the ground. The second wicket falls for Durham and Emma Marlowe has to go for 31. Kalia Moore taking Surrey one step further to the semi-final qualification. Just uprooted.
Yeah, just playing across the line. You know, it's not really Emma Marlowe's game, the big power game. She's a lovely striker of the ball. But when it comes to power hitting, probably not in her game. So she's tried to up the ante and fallen really for the cause. So what she is, though, Emma Marlowe, she's a great watch when she gets out. And I say this as a bit of a guilty pleasure because she might throw a bat or a helmet or some gloves, and yeah, well, we've all been there.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, me included in that.
It's passion for the game.
Absolutely.
And knowing you could do better. Maddie Villiers comes to the crease for Durham. She put in a great shift against the Blaze earlier in the week. 79 she scored in a losing cause. More 1 for 4 her figures so far. Just one down the ground on the leg side for a single. Down the ground again by Armitage. Just the one run. Chipped in the air.
Ooh.
Bryony Smith leaps up to try and take the catch, but it'll race away for 4. Maddie Villiers with a needed boundary.
I think she's going to entertain us, Maddie Villiers. And if she bats for any length of time, then you will be entertained, I promise you. She's a great ball striker. There's not much of her, but when she hits it, she belts it. Absolutely belts it. Much needed boundary, as you said, Paul. 63 for 2. You just look at the influence of that wicket now. Durham were just hovering around 10 runs underneath Duckworth Lewis. With that wicket now, they're, where are we, 18 runs behind. Quartine Coleman to continue. It's whipped away into the leg side. It'll just be a single. Tough to get 2s out to that shorter boundary. Villiers drives off the back foot but won't beat cover. Strong offside field in the ring. 4 fielders. Uses her feet and whips that one down to long on. Picks up a single. Armitage backs away and pulls this one out into the deep. She does find a little gap, but isn't struck well enough to get to the boundary. It'll just be again another single. This is good work from Courtine Coleman. Proving difficult to get away. Villiers down the wicket. Whips that one away, and we'll find the gap between the two fielders. One at cow corner, one at long on. And picks up a boundary. Her second in her brief stay at the crease so far.
70 for 2. Still behind the DLS score.
Oh, walks right across the stumps, offers them to Courtine Coleman and gets the sweep away. That gets a little bit of spin away from the fielders. And she hustles back for a second. Good running from Maddie Villiers. 9 from that over. Durham 72 for 2. Still requiring a further 153 for victory. But a positive start from Maddie Villiers.
Villiers 12 from 6, Armitage 24 from 29. And I think Phoebe Franklin is going to be back into the attack for Surrey. Franklin in, pulled away by Armitage. It's racing towards the boundary. Will be cut off with a diving stop by Alice Davidson-Richards.
Yeah, a bit of mayo on that roll, wasn't there?
I think she kind of tripped when she picked it up and then had to style it out.
I'm not referring to it being old, but the older I've got, the easier I found it just to fall down on the ball and roll. It was much easier than having to dive or bend over.
Hoiked away by Armitage, but will fall in front of a fielder. I think it also makes it look like you've worked harder. You're like,
absolutely.
oh, that was a tough one. I did well to get that, didn't I?
I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, and then you get more applause from the teammates. Oh, yeah, well done. What a great fielder. So sometimes you got to do it. 75 for 2. Villiers nudges that into the offside. There's a missed field, so it's heading towards the boundary, and it will be 4. So an unlikely boundary from that shot.
Little assist there. Misfield. Durham will take everything they can get from Surrey at the moment. Spence with hands on head thinking, how have I missed that? I bet the bowler's thinking some other words to go along with that as well.
Defensive from Villiers. Durham need to get a move on though if they want to win. 146 runs still to go. They've only got just over 16 overs to do it. Lofted into the air. Should reach the boundary and does.
What a great effort that was.
Yeah, top effort from Jemima Spence. Reaches the boundary but unable to.
Then you've got to crawl under the covers.
Yeah.
That is one thing, yeah. Get under there, get them covers, be soaking wet.
Yeah, you might be in the semi-final, but we're going to make you crawl under those horrible cold covers.
The wet concrete.
Yeah. Fair play, Alexa Stonehouse, doing the job no one wants to do.
Really impressed with the bowling, Stonehouse. That left arm swing, lovely to watch.
Franklin, and again, on the corner. Villiers. Be signalled leg byes. 83 for 2.
141 still required for victory. 16 overs. And have another bowling change here. Stonehouse again.
So far has bowled
Yeah,
3, going for 16 runs.
Driven nicely out into the deep, but there is a fielder in that exact spot on the boundary. Be interesting to see if you're still getting any swing at this stage. Ball's only in its 7th over, but there is a bit of moisture around. Edged and gone. That one running across Holly Armitage in the skipper's season. You feel ends at that moment. 27 Holly Armitage goes for. And Surrey pick up their 3rd wicket. Durham 85 for 3.
You could hear the clip from here. It was always going to be out. And yeah, Durham find themselves in a sticky situation. I'm surprised they haven't gone harder at the chase, to be honest. 85 for 3. Still requiring 140 runs. They're 17 below DLS.
Yeah, that'll probably take a little bit of a bump as well now, I would have thought.
Yeah, with the wicket fallen. Emily Windsor is going to come to the crease. A big job on her hands. Still well below the required run rate.
Good bowling change again from Smith. Surrey have their 3rd wicket. Nice catch from Chatley as well behind the stumps. That one dying on her as it kind of went through, getting down low and to her right. That one's down to 3rd to get Emily Windsor off the mark. Driven down to long on for another single.
$87 for 3, 138 to win.
Thought that was another edge there through to the keeper. Just with the movement across, just running her fingers across the ball and getting that to shape now. With a little bit of off cut for the left armour, away from the right hander. Clever bowling. Use the swing. Early doors. Now using the surface and her skills. Last ball of the over. Backs away, cuts fiercely. Won't beat the fielder in the deep, but will touch and turn back for 2. Does Windsor. Gets home comfortably. So that ends a successful over for Stonehouse. Deserved that wicket. She has 1 for 21. And Durham 89 for 3. Season really, unfortunately, petering out here this afternoon on a gloomy Saturday afternoon here in Chesley Street. Surrey right on top. Killian Moore's going to come back into the attack. So Bryony Smith just ringing the changes here. So much at her disposal.
15 overs remain and a big mountain for Durham to climb. 136 runs to win. And as you say, so many bowlers at Bryony Smith's disposal. Kalia Moore back from the Lumley end. She had the earlier breakthrough. This one swept away. Will certainly be 1. They look for a second but hesitate and will stick with the 1. Moore bowling Emma Marlowe for 31. .90 for 3. Windsor rocks back and pushes this into the offside, but straight to Alexa Stonehouse, so no run available. Morrill again and beats the bat. She's bowled very well today.
I like the pace she's bowled. She's bowled a lot flatter than a traditional female off spinner.
Chipped up, beats Bryony Smith inside the ring. Be saved running round by Alice Monaghan.
Really using a change of pace effectively.
I do get 2 this time. Chipped up again by Windsor. Good fielding by Jemima Spence running in. Really clean pick up and throw to the keeper. The Blaze have beat Essex on a DLS affected game, so they've secured a home semi-final now. So Hampshire and the Blaze will host the semi-finals, with Lancashire and likely to be Surrey taking those spots. So it should be Blaze against Lancashire and Hampshire against Surrey, I believe. Lofted in the air by Maddie Villiers, back over the bowler's head. Fantastic piece of fielding in front of the boundary to prevent the 4. It's Alice Monaghan again.
She's had a good day.
Yeah, it's been a good day for her. Scored 45 with the bat from 54. .94 for 3, 14 overs remain, 131 to win. That DLS at 111.
Stonehouse to continue. Whipped away into the leg side, but we'll find the sweeper out in the deep. Cut away, but again, bit of a pattern. Keep finding the sweepers. Sorry, really affecting and finding the boundaries at regular intervals. That has been a big difference in this inning so far. And this one finds mid-off and finds the captain. And Villiers' short, entertaining stay ends on 25. As Stonehouse gets her second wicket, and Durham now in real trouble. 96 for 4.
Yeah, Villiers had the right intention in the shot she was playing, but just picked out Bryony Smith, a simple-ish catch in the end for Smith. Durham in hot water, looking like a win is not possible. 129 runs still needed in just over 13 overs. 4 wickets down.
Bess Heath comes to the crease. Spent a bit of time with the gloves and in the outfield today after injuring her ankle. Lots of work to do. Well and truly behind the 8 ball now, Durham. There's always going to be an uphill task. Off the mark immediately, Bess Heath. Seven for 4. Windsor sets off immediately. Risky single but home in the end. Bit of a wayward throw from the captain. Last ball of the over. Oh, full toss belted, but again, straight to the fielder.
There's a fumble from Emma Jones, but protecting that boundary in the end. 16 overs gone, 13 remain, 99 for 4. DLS on 124, so quite significantly behind that.
There's a little rainbow there, if you can see behind the floodlight on the right-hand side. A few screens, just a little...
It's
right
quite
over
nice
the top of Lumley Castle.
The castle,
yeah. Great camera work, Ross. Stevie, not bad from yourself either, mate.
Dark clouds, though.
Yeah, it's so gloomy.
Yeah. I feel like I haven't seen light all day.
Yeah. Feels almost metaphoric, doesn't it? It's
Yeah.
been gloomy today.
Pathetic fallacy, I think, is what they call that. Learnt that in GCSE English. Some things just stick with you.
There you go.
Another spinner, this time Danny Gregory into the attack with her iconic plats.
Aren't they just? Very jealous.
Bess Heath on strike. Lofted into the air. It should be 4 and it will be 4. Bess Heath playing the leg spin nicely. 100 runs up for Durham.
This is a good opportunity for Bess Heath just to have some fun. She hasn't probably scored the amount of runs she'd have wanted this year. I think that hopefully this can free her up. She'll have a bit of fun, find the middle of the bat. Just finish this season off on a bit of a high before whatever the winter holds for her comes.
Gregory tosses this one up and slapped away by Heath. We'll just find a sweeper again. 104 for 4. Emily Windsor works us into the leg side, scampering through for 1. Heath's keen for a second, but they'll stick with 1.
Tough time for a leg spinner to come on. It'll be cold out there. Bit of moisture on the seam. Tough to grip. But actually a really good time to bowl in terms of Durham are going to have to attack her, so she might just pick up a few wickets here.
Heath tries to have a big hoik at it, misses. Scamper through for 1. Off the leg in the end. Down the track goes Windsor. Heading towards the boundary. Will be cut off by Alice Davidson-Richards. 107 for 4. 118 to win. Heath on 7 from 5. This time rocks back and slaps it away. Caught nicely by the fielder on the bounce. $108 for 4.
Just that ability to find the boundary again, isn't it? I know that the game is probably gone. That is something that Durham can have a look at. Was the ability of the Surrey batters to find the boundary. Durham have hit the sweepers a lot in the outfield.
Yeah, it's just been straight to fielders for most of the innings. $12 overs to go.
ADR having a ball.
She's struggled with the ball this season. Hasn't been particularly effective and has been kind of carted off for quite a few runs this season, although she's been superb with the bat, of course.
I mean, you'll know better than me, but is it fair to say she was a bit of a bowling all-rounder in the early part of her career?
Yeah, she's been a bit of a bowling all-rounder, but that side of her game has slightly dipped. I mean, her form with the bat has been superb. As you can see, starts with a wide. And a pretty bad wide to start with. Sometimes bowlers just have that, like the yips, and they just can't.
Yeah, she had some back injuries
right.
as well, didn't she? I think, was she injured? I'm sure she was, especially the first year, maybe the 100 I went down to watch, and she struggled a little bit with injuries. But she looks like she's just happy to be in the thick of the action in just about everything. Only a big beaming smile on her face most of the time.
$109 for 4.
Hammered out into the deep. Again, will just be the single. Carved away, but again, straight to the sweeper. I feel like I'm on repeat at the moment.
Yeah, those sweepers are occupied all round the boundary. We've had Kalia Moore in the thick of it, Alice Monaghan, Alice Davidson-Richards.
Just having a look at the ground staff out there. There's poised at strategic locations around the ground. It does look quite clear overhead, but we can't see what's coming behind us. Gone. Knocked her over. ADR. Off stump. Out of the ground. Teammates not long ago lifting a trophy. Now ADR sends Bess Heath on away for 9. Nelson strikes. 111 for 5, Durham.
Again, Heath having the right approach, trying to be more expansive, but it comes with a risk. And Alice Davidson-Richards with another wicket for Surrey, who have kind of, since we've been back on, pretty much consistently taken wickets. That's their 4th since the break.
Yeah, Durham in a pretty difficult position, knowing that they've got to go hard to get anywhere near this total. And you're right, they had a 50 partnership for the second wicket, and since then you've had a partnership of 28 and then of 11. Yeah, not great going at the moment. Surrey at the moment cruising to victory. Katherine Fraser, the new batter, to the crease. She pulls the first ball away out into the deep. But we'll just collect the single.
I love the quirk of ADR leaping up after she's bowled. Kind of like properly lifts her legs up, like she's bouncing along.
This one's carved away over point, gets onto the square and runs away for 4. Lovely shot from Emily Windsor. Got a bit of width, got the length, and she punished it away.
116 for 5. 11 overs to go. 109 to win. That required run rate almost at 10.
Yeah.
Danny Gregory to continue from the Lumley end.
It'd be interesting to see Phoebe Turner bats also. Went off, spent most of the time off the ground with a groin injury. Just wondering whether Durham will risk that. I know it's the last game of the season, but if there's no chance of victory, is it worth even risking that injury further?
Yeah, she's down to come in next, so we'll see if there's a wicket as Danny Gregory in as a shout. Well fielded in the end as they scamper through for 1.
Just trying to see who that is in the dugout potentially. Warming up, that might be Trudy Johnson.
Yeah, someone blonde. Gregory in.
Oof.
That's a mistimed shot and she'll have to settle for the dot.
There's a lot going on for a dot there.
It's one of those where I think in the scorebook you should put a dot and a little star and just explain it wasn't just a dot. It was a bit more chaotic than that. Smith just having a discussion with Danny Gregory. Yeah, that is definitely Trudy Johnson, who is down to come in after Phoebe Turner. So perhaps has been promoted up the order. Windsor takes around a crease, almost takes out the umpire. And that will be so well cut off. Alice Monaghan with an epic diving stop. She's fielded really well today, but prevents the boundary, and I hope the umpire isn't too startled.
Serious reflexes, Pratty. Well done.
Wow. That could have been bad. Gregory in again. Windsor pushes this to the offside. They're going to take a very quick single. Relatively safe in the end. Windsor moving around her crease a lot at the moment.
Yeah, just trying to get something going, isn't she?
120 for 5. 105 to win. And Fraser will have to go. Danny Gregory finds her first wicket of the day. And Durham's fortunes go from bad to worse. Katherine Fraser gone for 1.
A little drag on there. Trying to give herself a little bit of room. Trying to cut that one away on the offside. Bottom edge onto the off stump. Gregory picks up her first. Durham lose their 6th. 120 now for 6. It is Trudy Johnson coming to the crease.
Ten overs still remain.
See Grace Thompson just having a wander out to the dugout as well with her pads on. Looks like she's going to be next in line. So that would indicate to me that we're probably not going to see Phoebe turn a bat today. So just 3 wickets left for Surrey to take. They'll want to wrap that up.
It's a long trip back down south.
Be a happy bus ride though.
A very happy bus ride.
Might even stay up. Be a good night to celebrate in the northeast.
Surely
Surrey,
not when they got semi-finals.
Surrey budget's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I bet
spend
they can
another
go
night in
nice. Yeah.
a 12-star hotel somewhere.
Worked off the hip by Johnson, and she starts with a boundary.
It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, way to come in and get promoted up the order. Say to Danny Hazel, bear me in mind for next season.
Oh, I think there will. I think there's a
Want
big
to-
winter coming up for Trudy. She's a very talented all-rounder. Got to show her stuff with the ball, and there's definitely some skill with the bat as well. So I'm sure they'll be looking at her as being a mainstay of this Durham side for years and years to come. Just getting exposed to situations like this and experience against this Surrey side would be really good for her. Unfortunately, it could be in better circumstances, but it's still an opportunity to gain some valuable experience and really feel like she belongs out there in the middle. ADR to continue. Little skip at the top of her mark. Short and wide. Not perfectly timed there, and it'll just be a single to Emily Windsor.
100 to win.
Not taking the situation lightly though here, sorry. Just off your camera, the captain and bowler discussing field placings and where they want to go, how they're going to attack these last few overs. Be Johnson on strike. Attempted pull shot from the youngster. Goes to mid-off. Nearly a caught and bowled opportunity.
Surrey will be so aware that bigger tasks lie ahead, and they'll be so hungry for more silverware. They obviously won the T20 Blast at the Oval, and we'll be hoping to go to Southampton next Sunday and be in that final and lift a trophy.
Middle stump is gone. Johnson gives herself a little bit of room. ADR hits the middle. Durham hitting the skids. 125 for 7. Johnson goes for 4.
It's been a bit of a collapse from Durham.
You could feel it coming, couldn't you? Once
Yeah.
that Durham kind of weren't in the hunt anymore, you felt that wickets could tumble quickly. And Surrey literally blood in the water. Been pretty ruthless here so far. Like I say, great time to come on and bowl. Get that opportunity. ADR's picked up 2 already. Gregory's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, climb those wicket-taking rankings. $125 for 7, still 100 to win.
Grace Thompson, the new batter to the crease. 88 on her back. Tall, extremely talented all-rounder.
Yeah, got that century for the academy just before ahead of the season. When she was included in the squad on the first day of the season, I think that's the first thing I noted. I thought, okay, well, she might be opening the bowling, but she can definitely bat.
Absolutely. As you mentioned earlier, picked up Durham's first wicket of the season. Oh, there's a chance of a run out. But those long legs get working. And I hope she hasn't injured herself there as she's just got in. Off the mark anyway. Another eventful moment. 126 for 7. 99 now to win. Got them just where we want them.
Down to double figures.
Driven but won't beat cover. Grace Thompson still limping there. And just something to keep an eye on. Umpire would have got a few jumpers, putting them in the holster. Last ball of the over. Windsor advancing. Can't get that away. That ends a successful over for Alice Davidson Richardson. Oh, got that totally wrong. Davidson at Richards. Just putting extra. I don't need any extra letters there for her. ADR 2 for 10. It's been a long day.
I mean, it's out of all the double-barreled surnames in the Surrey side, I think it's the one that is the biggest tongue twister. 126 for 7. Thompson 1 from 1. Windsor 19 from 19. So both at a runner ball. 9 overs to go. Gregory is going to be back into the attack after bowling Katherine Fraser. 1 for 15 from her 2 overs so far. This one pushed away by Grace Thompson in the offside. Will be stopped inside the ring.
Double dive there from the Surrey fielders. It was Emma Jones, and Stonehouse was the one who eventually clawed onto the ball.
Yeah, Emma Jones sent out onto the boundary now with Emily Windsor on strike. Clear Moore moving up into the ring. Moved into square. Chopped into the ground by Windsor. Will take 1. Grace Thompson has a swing, but she's bowled. 128 for 8, and Thompson is out for 2.
Yeah, and Katy Levik is coming out to the middle, which definitely would spell out that Phoebe Turner isn't going to take her place out in the middle. So this is the last wicket for Durham.
A
Thompson.
wicket in each of the last 4 overs.
Yeah, one each as well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, 2 each for Gregory and for ADR. Like I said, it's a difficult time to bowl from a point of view of it's a bit cold, it's a bit gloomy, and it's a bit wet for a spinner, but when you're bowling at a tail who are chasing over 10 runs and over, well, it's pushing up towards 12 now, then wickets tend to come your way.
128 for 8, 97 to win, but we imagine just 1 wicket remaining.
Yeah.
Levik on strike to face her first ball. Hurdles that out into the leg side for a single.
If you're batting now, do you cruelly try and drag this out and make them field for the whole overs, or do you go for glory?
Windsor rocks back. I think Windsor's going for the approach of, let's find a few boundaries. Let's try and make this competitive as possible.
Yeah, 20 from 21. Emily Windsor.
Good fielding. Watchful from Alexa Stonehouse. Takes the ball on the bounce. 21 overs gone, 8 remain. 129 for 8. 96 to win. Required run rate above 12.
It's probably the best part of the day out there now, actually.
Yeah.
Lots of blue sky. Still some dirty clouds knocking around. Tiny bit of sunshine shining on Surrey at the moment, heading for a semi-final. Where are they going to finish? 3rd, do you think?
They
Is
should
it third or
finish in
fourth?
4th, I think.
Let's have a look.
Yeah. So they should finish on 33, I reckon, or 34, depending bonus point wise.
That'll be a trip to Hampshire. Still all down as TBC, are they, on the website?
I wonder if
It
Hampshire...
is 1st, 4th, isn't it? I would have thought. And 2nd v 3rd.
Yeah.
Driven away by Levik out into the cover. She'll pick up another single.
Yeah, Lancashire have confirmed that they will face the Blaze at a Blaze home ground on Tuesday.
Okie doke.
And Wednesday should be the game for Hampshire against Surrey. So that Blaze home semi-final will be at Trent Bridge on Tuesday. And the
Oh, they're having it at Trent Bridge, are they?
Yeah.
That's good. Excellent. If they get down to the Aegeus Bowl, I wonder if Hampshire have a game at home this week in the men's championship. Short and pulled away by Windsor. But it'll just be a single. Somerset host Hampshire in the men's county championship, so the Aegeus Bowl or whatever it's called these days is available.
I
The
think.
Utilita, is it? The Utilita Bowl,
Yeah.
the Rose Bowl, and various other guises that it has been over the years. Attempted bouncer there from ADR. Not very nice at the old leg spinner.
131 for 8. I imagine once this game is concluded, Hampshire will confirm all the details. They'll want to say who the side are facing and etc.
Yeah, the social media men will be poised.
Yeah, wait eagerly, Surrey fans.
Levik deals with that short ball nicely. She pulls it away out into the leg side. Emma Jones having another little juggle out there on the boundary. Last ball of the over. As Windsor eyeing up that short boundary on the leg side. No, she's not. She cuts, and she cuts well, but straight to the fielder. She throws her head back in absolute disgust. That ends the over from ADR. Just the 3 from it. This game petering out now.
It's been a while since we've had a wicketless over.
Yeah.
So that's at least one positive for Durham.
Had confirmation from Danny Hazel that Turner will definitely not be batting. Unfortunately injured during the first innings with a groin injury, we believe.
Danny Gregory is back into the attack for Surrey. 2 for 18 from her 3 overs. Gregory in, chipped away by Levik into the leg side.
Levik won't want to get out to another leg spinner. It's the law.
It's like when wicket keepers stump.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just... Surely as a wicket keeper you know, like you can't be going out your crease. Surely that's, your mantra. Gregory in. Nudged by Windsor into the offside.
It's a risky single, that one, but deciding not to throw the ball there. Stonehouse.
$134 for 8. Levik has a swipe at it. We'll just get through for 1. $90 to win. Windsor moves out of crease, rocks back. They'll get 1 off a misfield.
Shot.
That's nice from Katy Levik. Into the leg side, hoiked down the ground.
Might get through another over here without having lost a wicket.
That'll be
too soon.
Yeah, the conclusion of the game we suspect has Katy Levik trudges off, and it will be Phoebe Turner unable to bat. So Surrey qualify for the semi-finals. They will face Hampshire on Wednesday. They'll be looking to book a place in Southampton on Sunday. Durham, however, conclude their inaugural season as a professional side, wrapping it up here in a gloomy Chester Street, but it's been a really significant season for the club and has provided some incredible moments. We've had centuries, we've had a fantastic overseas player in Susie Bates spend her season up in Durham. We also had Grace Thompson taking the first wicket of Durham's professional era. So a lot of amazing moments for the team, but it does come to an end here in Chester Street.
Yeah, it does. It's a huge first step, I think, and for this cricket club. Congratulations to Surrey, first of all, who make it through to the semi-finals and will look to put more silverware on their mantelpieces at the end of the season. Already with the T20 in the bag. Be searching for victory here, as you mentioned, down at Southampton next week. But from a Durham point of view, this is the first season of many to come at this level. Lots to build on, some really exciting prospects, some established players are here as well. So from the game's point of view today, Surrey winning by 86 runs via Duckworth-Lewis Stern method. They've had some stars today, really solid contributions all the way down the order, with Smith with 30, Monaghan 45, Jones 47, ADR 65 not out, Spence with a really, really positive 68 with her first outing with the bat. From a Durham point of view, 2 wickets for Katy Levik, 2 wickets for Katherine Fraser. With the bat, Durham right up against it, rain around, had to really produce a miracle to get anywhere near. Top score, Emma Marlowe with 31, Holly Armitage 27, 25 for Maddie Villiers, 23 not out for Emily Windsor. Nice little booster for her average at the end of the season, but Durham all out for 138 with Phoebe Turner unable to bat. Stonehouse picked up a couple of wickets. Gregory finishes with 3 for 24. Nice little burglary down the bottom end of the game, and ADR picked up 2 herself. So Surrey victorious. They'll march on into the semi-finals. From myself, Ash Thorpe, from Polly Starkey, from Ross and Steve, the men behind the curtain. That's it for Durham women's cricket fixtures for 2025. We're really excited to see what 2026 brings, and we'll see you next year. For those interested, the men have a huge championship game here on Monday. They'll take on Worcestershire. As you can see, the ground staff eagerly trying to protect that pitch in waiting for that game. So that's it from us. Polly, thanks once again for your company, being absolutely brilliant. Nice to see the dark side of Polly Starkey a little bit today, and the bitterness that's inside me, but I don't get out on air. Polly has. But yeah, from all of us here at Durham, thank you very much, and we'll see you next season for Durham Women Cricket.